Press V6Z sent a super chat. One time on Elle House in the scene with Alador saying something shitty to Hunter, an adult with a kid, she says good to it. Of course she loves adults being hateful to kids she hates. What a bitch. At Angel Great sent a super chat. Who would win in a fight, Steven Universe, Star Butterfly, and Bunch We, Lose No Seda or Charlie Morningstar, and why?
Hello, Cybies! Welcome to the Wednesday stream. If you're not usually here for reacts on Wednesdays, because I know I've had some new subscribers, we usually start with a little bit of a preamble before getting into the topic, but we will be doing a Hazbin Hatedom stream today. So, and that's usually where I just go over bad faith videos about Vivziepop shows to show how bankrupt and broken the arguments are, though I am going to be blind to all the videos I'm playing today, so some of them could surprise me. We'll give them a chance. I have not rewatched Hazbin Hotel for this. I was a little lazy. Sometimes I'll go back and refresh my memory, but we'll wing it. We'll wing it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, guys. It'll be fine. Obviously, we have to wait for Kaiser to send his fan art. I'm still working on the first page of this, but dear God, I hope to finish it soon. I've just been really busy with the channel and other things.
At Rock Josiah sent a super chat. Driving Hoofenway across Ireland for work LTQX.
Well, hopefully you enjoy listening to the stream while you're driving, and hopefully you enjoy the nice Irish scenery. I imagine it's beautiful. I want to go to Ireland someday. I've been to Scotland, but I haven't been to Ireland. And I mean like Ireland, not Northern Ireland. Yeah, oh, we know. We're not talking about Lily today, surprisingly not. We're talking about, people that are a bit crazier. Hey, Billy Donuts, welcome! Let's see if the throwables are working today. They weren't working the other day. And I was very sad about that. Where are my custom throwables on the stickers? Let's go.
Time to make
They're back! They're back! I made this especially for Billy Donuts. Welcome, Billy Donuts! Thank you for bringing the donuts, as usual. Yes. So yeah, that's one you can play for 50 bits over there. There's a few other, like, throwables that come with stickers, so you could surprise us all with them. The unicorns, of course, are my favorite. Yes, yes. Ever since Miss Jasmine jump-scared me with those. Those are my favorite. Now, let's see what Kaiser has sent me today.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. On work vacation gonna smoke weed and do nothing.
That sounds great. I mean, smoking weed is just my daily, but... I do things, though. Honestly, I do. I swear I do.
At Denmark1226 sent a super chat. Is this slander for the bit or /SRS slander?
I'm assuming it's going to be actual bad faith slander of a fictional character, because that's what some of these people do. But, some of the videos could surprise me. Is chat frozen again? I have found a better way to fix this.
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. Today is my dog's 7th birthday.
Aw, how nice. Give him a pet for me. Alright, there we go. I can actually interact with it and scroll it down.
Jasmine305 sent a super chat. New Lego set tax. I am weak lol. Perfect stream after and a busy morning shift. Had to help ice 600 cupcakes for a wedding.
Oh my god, that's what you had to go in early for? That's crazy. I hope you at least got into like a zen mode doing it though. You know how that can be when you're doing a repetitive task and you just sort of fall into a zen period. I would do that stuffing fucking envelopes when I was working at a print shop. We did a lot of mass mailing. I was frozen today. Yeah, the thing is I'm capturing the pop-out from Stream Elements' multi-chat ground control feature, so it's not actually like a thing you can add to the overlay, so it's a little ghetto.
111 sent a super chat, making freebies for the con I'm attending this weekend.
Oh, there you go. That's another like zen repetitive task, like we've been talking about. All right, so let's look at the comic Kaiser sent me. It's another Kaiser and Psy comic. So, and it's a quote from Futurama. And I'm saying, alright, against my better judgment, I need your help. Now, I don't like you, and you don't like me. He goes, oh, I like you. You do? Ah, look, are you going to help or not? I don't know, I should. My artwork isn't that good, and Wait. What is it you like best about me? Come on, I'm not that egocentric, am I, Kaiser?
At Angel Great sent a super chat. Controversial question, but I know some fans blame Griffin for the Hellaverse / Spindle merch situation. Do you think he's responsible for this or not?
I don't see how he could. I don't even know what the situation is, but how could he possibly be? Given Black Griffin isn't officially associated with the show, even though he makes fan music videos. So, I don't know. I don't even know what it is. It looks like it's broken again.
DMuggy22 sent a super chat. Oh, your chat is broken too? DSP has been complaining about his chat broken and I thought it was a grift for engagement.
No. It's just from the kind of roundabout way I capture it. That's really the symptom there. I also have an Olivia. How do I even say this? How do I even... What is this? John? Or is it DOJ? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Sent a super chat. Got sick from getting overheated tax.
Oh, that sucks. Is this a JoJo's reference? Kaiser, how do I pronounce this? Is this a JoJo's reference?
Is it DOJ Yan? Or is it Dijoyan? Dojian! I don't know how to fucking pronounce this. I'm a terrible weeb. I don't watch JoJo's. I watch Berserk, obviously. What do you mean, Inko?
Anyway. Griffin makes fan work, he's not an official series. Yeah, like, fucking, oh, this is just how I start my streams. We have a little, Wani dub, we have a little Kaiser fan art corner. We have, this is actually really good fan art. I like their style. That's really good. I like the way they did the hair highlights and the colors. It's very nice. Oh, a little bit of halftone there in the highlights. That's pretty cool. I like their style. Anyway, music back on. The only other order of business I had before we begin is I saw Backrooms finally, and it was really, really good, and I recommend going to see it. It was the Everything Must Go edition, so I guess there was extra footage. I have no idea. I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna get my ass out to see it before it's out of theaters. And it was very good. I hadn't seen all of the original Kane Parsons shorts. I hadn't seen them all. I'd seen like the first one. And I could tell from the first one that he had, like, a really good director's eye. Like, he's like a savant. It's like, it comes naturally to him. And maybe because he's a kid who grew up on a lot of media and had a lot of support from his parents as far as, like, technology he can use goes. But, I mean, he did all the original shit in Blender, and it's like, he was, like, fucking 16 or 17. It's crazy. But, yeah, thing with Backrooms is, though, you'll either like it or you won't like it. Because it's a very slow burn, and you have to be buying into the concept. If you can't buy into the concept of, like, finding a weird extra-dimensional space that is just kind of put together wrong, if you don't find that compelling or scary, you're not gonna like it. But I really liked it. I liked how slow it was, actually. I liked all the scenes where we're following Clark around the back rooms when he first finds it, and it's like, we're almost like hovering over his shoulder, watching him discover it. And so many of the scenes are just him wordlessly walking around looking at things, where if this was like a Hollywood movie, they'd probably have him talking the entire fucking time. And the lead actor, I know Ejiofor is how you pronounce his last name. His first name is and the other lead, Renata Resme, they both have, like, unpronounceable names. It's crazy. But there's two leads. With the male lead, he's really fucking good. He's really, really good. He has the screen presence to carry all of those really slow, methodical scenes. And even though we find out he's a bit of a piece of shit, slight spoilers, He plays the character endearingly enough that you're still invested in him, even when he may be doing things you don't like, you know? So, it was very, very good, very compelling, very well shot. The shot composition, the framing, the lighting, all was so fucking pristine, and they actually built sets. I love seeing movies with actual sets, because again, if this was a Hollywood thing, if this was a typical Hollywood thing, and not an A24 movie, where they're taking a chance on an internet talent, they would have done it all, like, on a green screen, you know? It would have looked like ass. And it probably would have been all scary monster chases. There's very little in the way of jump scares or gross out. It's not that kind of horror. It's the kind of methodical, like, just everything's just kind of tense and off-putting and uncanny the entire time. Very Silent Hill-style horror, if you know what I mean. But yeah, Hollywood would have fucking destroyed it. And I can see, I did go finally watch the whole YouTube series the other day, and it was pretty interesting. I can see where they could easily make this into, like, a series of movies, or I think Kane Parsons wants to make, like, a streaming show even, and A24 can get deals with Prime, so that'd be cool. Either a miniseries or more movies, I'd be totally for that. I'm glad that async wasn't a big part of this initial movie, and it really focused on a more human story, and more on just ordinary people just finding a weird thing in the wall and falling through it, and that's like a weird primal thing we all have. Like, what if there's a passage to another place through, like, behind this picture frame, or through this weird door or something? It's like a weird primal thing. And it's weird because the Backrooms is, like, primal in a way, but it's also very modern looking. So it's like this weird eldritch primordial thing, but it's entirely made up of, like, stale, sickly yellow office building aesthetics and shit, you know? what's my ideal liminal space? I like a lot of the weirdcore stuff. I like a lot of the weirdcore neighborhood stuff. I'll tell you why. This might make me sound a little crazy, but like, Super Eye Patch Wolf said something similar recently. Like, this kind of aesthetic. Hang on, let me just get it up and then I'll bring... This kind of aesthetic tends to be my favorite backroomsy liminal type of thing. And I was watching Super Eye Patch Wolf talk about backrooms on a second channel, and he said he used to have dreams about similar spaces that you see in the movie. And I was like, me too, actually. When I was very young, I would have a lot of, like, repeating dreams that were, like, semi-lucid, and it was really hard for me to wake up from them. It doesn't happen to me now, but it happened to me when I was really little. And I dreamt of a place that looks like this. That looks like a very artificial suburban neighborhood that is just off and not put together well. And every single time I had the dream, all the adults in the neighborhood had, like, become monsters or replaced with monsters, like just weird, distorted people. And my brother would be there, and I'd turn to my brother and tell him, this is a dream. If we throw ourselves on the ground and put our hands over our heads, we'll wake up. And then I'd wake up. You know, again, I don't have dreams like that anymore. But over the years, I have had dreams about, like, being in a weird house with, like, crawl spaces, and, like, open a closet door and it leads to a city. I've had dreams like that. So that might be why this sort of thing kind of appeals to me, you know? So, yeah, it was very good. Both lead actors were fantastic, especially the guy who played Clark. Like I said, even after we find out Clark is maybe not that great of a dude, he's still compelling and endearing enough. He's so many little, like, endearing habits and stuff that really, like, kind of, like, you know, make you chuckle at him a little bit in a bit of movies. He's kind of a loser, too. Like, he, you know, we see him first as kind of this pathetic guy, you know? So, it gives you time to get endeared to him before, bad shit starts happening. And casually telling you about my dimension hopping, yeah, my dreams tend to have a lot of places, like, I'll be in combinations of my childhood home and my grandmother's house. I'll be in combinations of, like, 2 different job places I've been. I'll be in combinations of every city I've ever been to. It's strange, you know? Like, I haven't remembered my dreams as much lately. Maybe it's just, you know, I'm kind of conking out at night and just waking up. But when I do have dreams, it can be odd stuff like that. I'm just talking about how I saw Backrooms before we get into the main topic. I won't give any spoilers, but I do highly recommend going to see it. If you don't see it in theaters, I would highly recommend watching it when it comes out on VOD, though, because it is really good. And I think, I was watching Wendigoon talk about it, because Wendigoon has known Kane Parsons for a little while, and he's like saying, I called it, he is going to be one of the great directors, mark my words, and I agree with him. Parsons is an insanely talented young person. Like, again, I could tell just from the first video where it starts out with some kids fucking around with a camcorder, and then the cameraman backs away and just falls through the ground. It ends up in the back rooms. And I could just tell just from that first video that, yeah, he knows how to direct. You know, he really understands framing, composition, visual storytelling. And apparently, before they even built the set, he made it all in Blender to give to the set builders to base it on. You know, that's insane. But I love that they had sets. I love seeing movies with actual fucking sets again. Like Barbie, like Project Hail Mary, like Backrooms, like practical sets. It just makes everything look better and more real. The reason why movies have just been so washed out and just filmed in this flat angle is because they do everything on a fucking green screen, and then they color grade it to be like gray later, and they don't use the lighting on set. It's awful. That's why everything looks terrible. That's why the Odyssey looks terrible, and it's going to bomb. It looks like, I mean, I already don't like Nolan that much. My brother's on my ass all the time for not liking the Nolan Batman movies. I don't like them. I like the Burton ones more. The only Nolan movie I like is The Prestige, but, like, it being kind of weird, like, fits that. I haven't seen Interstellar yet, but I have been told it's really good. But I don't like Nolan anyway, but it's like, Odyssey just looks like the epitome of this shot for editing on green screen, fucking, like, commercialized, factory pumping out movie shit. I think it's gonna kill that look. Hopefully.
Jessel sent a super chat. Also have an aura or attack.
Sure. We needed that after my big rant about the fucking films industry.
Spoonie the 2 Indie sent a super chat. Spindle Horse employees aren't allowed to sell their own merch anymore. I think it's due to their deal with Amazon.
Yeah, unfortunately, once you start getting companies like Amazon and Atlantic Records involved, there's all sorts of fucking legal red tape. Which is why my fucking erotica video kept getting hit by Atlantic Records, even though Hell of a Boss is an indie show. They put out the album, and of course record labels have far too much fucking power. You know, so, yeah, all these big legacy industries are crumbling at their base, and they can't accept it, and I can't wait for them all to die. You know, I really can't. So, it's like right now how the fucking legacy news channels in the UK are trying to, like, force YouTube to boost them in the algorithm with, like, laws in the UK on an American company. Like, oh, but we're the real journalists, we're the real reporters, we're the standard, you have to boost us instead of independent journalists. It's like, no, they fucking don't. You didn't spend any time keeping up with the times. You didn't spend any time evolving or coming up with strategies on how to stay relevant. You just thought you were too big to fail, and you found out after everyone else that you're not. Sucks to suck. You're not gonna be an institution forever. You're going the way of radios and newspapers. Sorry. That's how shit goes. If you want to be competitive in a free market, you have to actually be competitive. You can't just cry to daddy government when you don't get your way. Oh, I am, I think maybe because Backrooms has been on my mind since I saw it on Sunday. I just, I'm in my anti-Hollywood mood. We're gonna talk about Hazbin Hotel now, the Habbo Hotel. So I have a few videos here. A lot of them are really long, and if you're only used to my Friday streams, on Wednesdays if I react to something, we leave drawing as the main thing, so you can watch me sketching and inking over here while we watch videos about why Charlie sucks. I don't know if any of these people have any music in their videos. So, oh, apparently Epic the Musical is getting an adaptation. Like, everyone's hungry to adapt internet stuff now, which is great. In fact, my brother just sold a script. It was like his baby, but he sold a script that they're thinking of making a horror movie, a low-budget horror movie of $2 to $3 million off of. So, that would be fantastic. And, like, I've even been telling him, dude, all of this, like, it started with Iron Lung, I think. It has really tipped the table, and it's like, dude, this is good for you, too. You know, my brother is way... See, I'm the internet media, my brother is way more in the traditional media sphere. But I'm like, dude, this is good for you, too. People are looking for new ideas in smaller budget movies now. You know, the people who have seen where the tide is going are jumping in on it. Other people are, like, not catching up and thinking they can just, like, oh, YouTubers could never be better than us. We're the legacy media. It's like, yeah, well, Warner Brothers was almost bought by Netflix, and that scared the fuck out of a bunch of them. So, I don't know much about Ruby, unfortunately. No, I want to be Alistair. I don't want to be Vox, but yeah, he is the more old-fashioned one and the less online one. So, or he'd be Vox and I'd be Velvet. There you go. So I am blind to all of these videos, so we will start with the Alpha J show. I think I will put them on 1.25, because I want to try to get through all of them, but we might have to save some for a Charlie Slander Part 2, maybe. So we'll see, I'm willing to go, long today. So, I will put that on the vote list, Kaiser, okay? We'll see if it wins, but Kaiser showed me a weird thing today I might react to in the future. No, Ant is Vox. That's right, Anthony's Vox. Alright, so let's see what Alpha J Show is gonna say about Charlie Morningstar. He says, she's the toughest part about liking Hazbin Hotel. Just the main character.
There has never been an easier time to hate the main character of Hazbin Hotel, and the first 5 episodes of the second season has put her in a tough spot, with the subreddit saying things like, Charlie really needs a win soon. She kinda spent these 2 episodes fucking up while everyone else has tried to stop her from fucking up. Seriously, there's so much faggy. Charlie don't do thing, Charlie does thing. So what is she messing up? And does the latest pair of episodes solve that? I went back and watched every single episode to make this point that I'm going to make. And I want you to keep that in mind as we get to episodes 5 and 6 of this season.
And again, I didn't really rewatch Hazbin Hotel for this one, so we'll just be going off of my memory.
Now remember, Charlie wanted to prove that the hotel works so that she can unite heaven and hell. In the first episode of this season, she does not know that redemption worked, so in that episode, her angle was simply to keep towing the motto that the Hazbin Hotel is for redemption. Now, what did the sinners of hell have to say about this?
I know angels aren't, like, the best, but
Well, did you forget that Emily just popped up in her face? And said, oh my god, Charlie, there's been redemption, oh my god! Sir Petrus is in heaven, bye! Like, literally, the season starts with her being the sole witness to a messenger from heaven, and then having to convince everybody that she actually saw this and was told this. You know, it's like a religious prophet not being believed. It's parallel to that. Like, it's like, you just cut out that Emily is the one who told her that this works. She's not just saying it out of nowhere! You know?
we shouldn't kill them. We need to be better than them, right? Oh my god! Look, it's nifty!
They didn't care, and this is important, because Charlie is pushing that redemption is the true way, but nearly everyone in the hotel just wants to hear about the killing of angels. So at the
Yeah, you said you rewatched this, right? They're all there saying, this is where we come to kill angels, right? And she's like, no. And like, most of them leave.
end of this episode, Emily informs her that her hotel actually works because Sir Pentious, who sacrificed himself in the first season in their battle with Adam in the Ark.
I'm perhaps misremembering the order of events, but yeah, so she's still saying it's about yeah, but you're still wrong, because everyone was there like, this is where we kill angels, right? And she's like, no, that's not what the hotel is for, because it's not.
Angels is now in heaven, redeemed. So her plan shifts from telling people that redemption is good to telling people that redemption actually works. It's a viable path. But remember, Emily is an angel, and no one knows of Emily beyond seemingly those who are in the hotel in season 1. And this is what leads to episode 3.
Yeah, like I said, it's parallel to a lone prophet being given a message from heaven by an angel, and then running around trying to convince other people that this happened. Amazing that would be, you know, a thing we do in a show based on religious mythology.
What? I would never. Who even advertises on the Zeppelin? I gotta get this taken down for all of the pentagram season. They start.
Where at first, I thought this was going to be the lowest Charlie was going to sink in this season. With nice characters such as Charlie, the big problem that I have is that while I can understand on paper that she has good intentions, that intent is strained when everything in this episode is telling her in different ways that she should not be doing what she's doing. You have vaggy.
It's almost like her intent has always been good, but she's always been misguided. Like, I really don't understand people who watch the first season and think that we're supposed to believe Charlie's Hotel is actually going to work. No one believes it's going to work. I don't think Vaggie even really believes it's going to work. She just wants to help her girlfriend. The point is, Charlie herself betters people's lives by being in their lives. It's not even the hotel, it's her. You know, her hotel idea was always stupid. It's supposed to be stupid.
Someone who she would trust a lot, you would think, telling her in every way, don't do what you're doing. You have the fact that the V's have been lying about Charlie all over these episodes, and if that wasn't enough, twisting her words to her face in the—
Yeah, and that's why she's getting more and more desperate and more erratic to prove that she was right. You know, she's not thinking clearly because she's being, like, attacked from all angles. People only came to the hotel because they thought it was their, you know, a place where you kill angels. And then the V's start twisting her words and lying about her, and she makes the very naive mistake of, if I just explain it to them, they'll understand, and then they'll see that I'm right. When they don't care about any of this. They just care about making her look bad. She's making the mistake of thinking if she just argues in good faith, these bad faith actors will surely see the light. She is incredibly naive.
In their sit-down interview. However, the most unforgivable aspect comes from something that even the most hardcore fan cannot deny, and it requires knowing something very important about the first season.
I didn't know. Val,
You really think you can have Lucifer's little bitch fight your battles for you?
While Valentino was already abusive to Angel Dust, the reason Valentino was mad in this scene was because Charlie was ruining the shoot and the set by crossing boundaries. And again, while her intent was good, that good intent directly led into Angel Dust being harmed. Yes.
So you're blaming the woman he was angry at, instead of blaming Valentino himself for deciding to beat up Angel Dust. It's Charlie's fault that this violent, evil man decided to beat up Angel Dust? That's like saying, oh, you tried to help your friend get out of prostitution and it made her pimp beat her. That's your fault. Wow, first super bad take. I mean, she didn't even know anything beyond this is where Angel Dust works. She didn't know the situation. She didn't know he was getting beat. So Valentino deciding to be violent with Angel Dust because of Charlie's presence is Charlie's fault? And not Valentino's fault for making that decision? I love how we just act like violent men are just a force of nature, just can't do anything about them. They're just gonna be there and be that way. It isn't a personal decision for them to act like this. No, they're just, it's your fault if they get mad and hit you. If he hit Charlie, would it be her fault too? Huh, Alpha J? That's, wow, I wasn't expecting such a cold fucking take. Holy shit.
Directly led into Angel Dust being harmed. Yes, Angel Dust was already harmed before and after this moment by Valentino, but Charlie directly added to that by crossing a boundary that Angel Dust explicitly told her about. This would—
I didn't know I was gonna piss off your abuser, so it's my fault that you got beat up by them. Like, what if you, like, piss off your friend's boyfriend, and then later he beats her in private? Would that, or beats him in private? It's not good for anyone to be beaten, but imagine you, like, go over to your friend's house, you do something that pisses their boyfriend off, and then you leave, and then their boyfriend beats them up. Is that your fault? Violent men are never responsible for their own actions, I guess?
crush Charlie, and she'd know exactly why this was a bad thing for her to do.
I pushed too hard earlier, and I only made things worse.
So you hear that? You pushed too hard and only made things worse. What does that sound like?
Charlie,
Sounds like victim blaming.
why are they here? You're aware those two crazy fucks hang out with my shitfuck boss, Valentino, and a part of the V's?
I've talked to Vox, and he assured me that he's just here to film the hotel on the small, tiny, teensy condition that we, redeem someone.
Yeah, this is her ego getting in the way and harming her friends, yes. That she's still not at fault for a pimp beating up Angel Dust.
Ah, right. So, for those who don't know, in the third episode of this season, the second season, Charlie would work with the V's to create a news program or whatever that shows that redemption actually works, using Angel Dust as the guinea pig. As you saw, Angel Dust, knowing fully well who the V's are, would protest heavily against this, clearly establishing that working with the V's crosses his boundaries. Mind you, when she crossed that boundary the first time, she was crying, writing apology letters. Yes, with an S, letters. It had to be carried to sleep because she was such a mess. But just to make it 10 times worse, not—
This was before she was trying to prove that her ideas work and she isn't the laughingstock of hell. Her priorities are skewed and it's making her neglect Angel Dust. Yes, that is supposed to be a bad thing, but it's her character flaws. You know how characters need to have flaws and need to face conflict for there to be, like, a story?
Not only do you mess with Angel Dust again, but you mess with one of my
I mean, she never thinks straight 'cause she's bisexual, but pish. Anyway.
favorite dynamics in the show.
Charlie, I don't know.
Now, I normally stay the hell out of all this redemption business, but she got a point there, Legs.
I realize I'm asking a lot, but you've just made such great progress lately.
What do you say, kid? Best case, you make it. Worst case, you're still stuck down here with me.
Husk stands behind Charlie's decision to allow Angel Dust to be recorded by the V's, whom he, of anyone in the hotel, as far as we know, should know the most about. And I will die on this hill that while I understand the approach that they wish to portray here is that Husk believes that if anyone can be redeemed here, it most likely would be Angel Dust, further developing the dynamic that they built in the last season, I just don't understand why he wouldn't factor in that Charlie, very often, is naive. And in this case,
so you understand why he's doing it, but it's bad because it's for Charlie. Okay.
is going way too far with trusting people that Husk himself should know is bad news. So not only does
She goes way too far in trusting people and is naive and thinks if she just explains her good intentions, everyone will understand. Yes, that is her character flaw.
Charlie take a lot of steps back in this episode, but so does Husk, who while grumpy and irritable, he isn't portrayed to be totally stupid, so Charlie goes through with attempting redemption that we explained earlier, she has no proof for, and to no one's surprise, not only does it not work, but the V's manage to make things worse. Charlie would stage Husk being run over by—
How did you not fully expect that to happen? Like, I don't understand. How did you not fully expect this to go disastrously for her? It was like broadcast a mile away.
train for Angel Dust to come in and save the day. Only Angel Dust doesn't have his heart in Charlie's script or idea, and Vox would cut the brakes so that the train would be forced to run over Husk.
I mean, you're acting like this isn't a comedic scene, too. Like, this is the other thing with, like, the Hazbin Hatedom. They take everything in the show seriously, even the humorous parts. It all has to be treated deadly serious. I always said this show has a tone similar to BoJack Horseman, where you do have these really sincere, earnest, gut punch, emotional, deep moments, and in between, everything else is just dry dialogue-based humor and Looney Tunes shit. And that's okay. If you can't fuck with that tone, then the show's not for you, you know? And I think we'll do supers after each video. That's how we'll parse this out.
Oh yeah!
My favorite line.
Except you tied me to the fucking trucks!
I mean, duh. So this is when all of the mistakes get rolled up into one big—
duh, it's supposed to be funny, and she's obviously lost her goddamn mind here with her ego trying to prove herself right. Have you forgotten she is the daughter of the sin of pride?
Bane on this season, so Angel Dust, seeing the severity of what's going on, would in the heat of the moment go and try to free Husk, only thinking that if he got in front of the train, he could stop it. Now, is this a dumb idea? Yes, it's a dumb idea. So who does Husk get mad at? Let's look over all the choices together. Does he get mad at Vox for cutting the brakes to the train? Does he get mad at Nifty for not having any remorse over wishing to run him over? Or does he get mad at Charlie, who had multiple outs in these episodes, not just this episode, episode 1, 2, and 3, had multiple people telling her that this was a bad idea?
He yells at Angel Dust for risking his life to save him. Because he cares about Angel Dust. How is this so hard to understand?
And was the one who volunteered for Husk to be tied up in the first place?
Ugh, I'm sorry.
Charlie, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it. I'm fine.
The hell you are? What was that?
No, he yells at the person who he helped convince to work on this dumb idea, backed by people who are close to the person who abuses this guy.
He's mad at Angel Dust for being willing to sacrifice himself for him because he thinks he's not worth it. And he adores Angel Dust and wants the best for him. Also, you cut out the best line. It was like an ad-lib by Keith Davies. Like, if you ever pull anything like that again, I'll fucking spank you!
And only did what he did because he didn't see anyone else who would help Husk out.
You could have got yourself killed.
What? You can't be serious right now. You're mad at me. I saved your fucking life.
Yeah, by jumping in front of a train, you idiot.
It'd be one thing if Charlie being an idiot was not hurting anyone but herself and the prestige of the hotel, but
It's almost like it's because he cares about Angel Dust and he's really bad at showing it because he's a grumpy old man.
actually like Masquerade quite a bit because of the dynamic of Husk and Angel Dust. Also, knowing that in the 6th episode, they tease that Husk has greater feelings for Angel Dust than he lets on, that still doesn't excuse anything that happened here. But he can
That line tells you all there that he cares about Angel Dust. That's why he's mad he risked his life. Again, how is this difficult for you? I mean, this is basic shit. Like, this show is not complicated. I mean, it's a musical. It has musical stakes. It has musical logic, you know?
even better, because Charlie would reason that Pinchas was redeemed because he redeemed his own sin, thus Angel could be redeemed in that same process. And it doesn't take a neuroscientist to realize that Angel is even more uncomfortable with this idea, and someone around here in this group knows that and exploits that.
Remember that lesson on boundaries?
Oh, come on. We won't judge you, Angel. You can tell me, then we can redeem you.
It ain't that easy, Charlie. Now drop it.
Tell me, Princess, what exercise could one do to be forgiven?
Yeah, like, again, this is all on purpose. This is Charlie's character flaws, and it's been exacerbated by all the stress she's under from A, finding out her friend she saw die is still alive in heaven, B, learning that her redemption plan actually works, the thing she's been mocked and ridiculed for years, and C, she has the V's lying about her on television and putting her words out of context, and she's just so desperate to prove that what she's doing works.
Even for being
Stop.
murderer.
You shut the fuck up. You asked.
You know, that's really ironic in retrospect after Vox's song. Like, bro, you killed like 8 people.
I answered.
You can shit on me. You can mock me, but I won't allow you to push my friends around like that, okay?
You're right, Charlie. We should just let you push around your friends because you're so nice, because you have good intentions.
Wow, sometimes people are hypocritical in life. Imagine characters being written like people and not children's show characters that exist to teach you a lesson on how to behave in life.
It's because you want sinners to be redeemed, so you must know the right way to do so. Only you. And I think what creases me about this is that Angel even tries to remind Charlie about their conversation about boundaries, and she didn't care. Even throughout this episode, there were constant apologies from Charlie, the person who I'm told to believe is nice. Yet all of her actions scream selfish to her and her idea. How am I supposed to care about her standing up?
She is nice, but she's selfish, like, just in this season because of the compounding stress, and now she's just like... Again, I love when people, like, critique things about a show when it's something the show has done completely on purpose, and they act like it's a flaw in the writing. I don't get it.
For everyone, when this was her creation, she made this plan. Oh, and because we care about redemption and sinners making the right decision here, does Nifty get flack in this episode? Does Charlie care that she told Nifty to stop and
You can't give Nifty flack for anything. She's Nifty.
she didn't? Do you, as a viewer, even believe that Nifty would have cared if she ran Husk over? Would you believe that Charlie would go on to not acknowledge any of that and actually rely on Nifty in the next episode?
She's a comic relief character. I really think a lot of these people just don't get humor, you know, or at least this style of humor, like darker humor. They don't understand. It's like they have to take it deadly seriously. Oh, I guess we should have had an after-school special where Charlie sits Nifty down and explains to her that it's bad to run over people with trains. That's really what this season needed.
To help spread her idea of redemption? Oh, but Charlie's only trying to help, right? Charlie's sorry this time.
Angel, I'm so sorry. Can we please
You know,
talk?
sorry starts to lose meaning after a while, Charlie. Why don't you go ask Fox the next time you need to pry out more shit about...
And it's almost like Angel Dust's whole, like, arc in this season has to do with how Charlie's methods are flawed and how she has a very limited, naive idea about sinners and redemption, because she isn't human. She's never lived on Earth. She's only ever known hell. This environment is normal to her. So she doesn't understand what it's like for former humans. And that is pointing out a flaw in her logic. Again, you are not supposed to think her hotel idea is a sound idea from the first episode of Season 1. You are not supposed to think that her hotel idea is actually good. It is supposed to be flawed. And again, it's like, these people, like, the whole idea of what is redemption, what makes people worthy of redemption, is a complex topic that the silly little demon cartoon is not going to answer for you, but it is showing you different perspectives on it.
Out my life.
Angel, I didn't realize. I didn't. Just give him some space.
Look, here's the critical flaw in Charlie's plan. The sinners never cared that redemption worked because they never cared about heaven in the first place, so her plan was silly from the jump. When you think of Sir Pentious and Angel Dust, those who came to the—
Yes, her plan was always silly. Her plan was always silly. It's supposed to be. She's a very silly person.
first place, so her plan was silly from the jump. When you think of Serpentious and Angel Dust, those who came to the hotel, their motivations to change didn't come from believing that redemption worked, because they didn't know at the time that it could, but having a place to belong with people that care about you. And that's the most ironic part about all of this, because if—
No, Angel Dust came to the hotel as a place to crash and hide from Valentino. He wasn't taking it seriously at all. Pentious was sent in as a spy, and then Charlie won him over.
anything, Charlie swapped from being very personal and focused on the process to playing the politics and media game. It's like she's trying to be a good version of Vox, when she was never like that in season 1. You know who's been at—
Like she's trying to be a good version of Vox! It's almost like Charlie and Vox's ways of uniting Hell are deliberately contrasted the entire season. And then the finale culminates with Charlie being able to unite all of Hell in one single moment of cooperation. It's like almost like that's what the whole thing was building up to. Oh god, I already have a headache.
acting like how Charlie should be acting like?
So, Sir Pentious, I know you are new here and you had a not-so-great first impression, but I am determined to make sure you have the best time!
Emily, she's been doing nothing but being—
Yeah, and it doesn't work for him. It's the same thing. Emily is Charlie's parallel in heaven. They are both equally enthusiastic, nice, and very, very naive. This is the bitch who thinks they can go apologize for genocide with gift baskets. Her and Charlie are basically the same person, just in different realms.
supportive and caring, specifically for Sir Pentious, that throughout episode 2 and beyond, he's gone from lost and depressed to picking himself up and adjusting to his new life. Now, am I saying—
Picking himself up and adjusting to his new life? Do we remember how that sequence ends, guys?
who came to the hotel, their motivations to change—
Damn it, I hate it when it does this. I just want to search. So, do we remember... do we remember how this sequence ended, guys? I don't want to get hit for music, but... Yeah, he definitely picked himself up, guys. Yeah, the whole song is, "No one here is like you." Meaning he's feeling very isolated and out of place in heaven. You know? Are we talking about Charlie basically being female Jack Skellington in chat? Yeah, that's what I always point out. Charlie is a female Jack Skellington. She is a little, self-focused, enthusiastic. She's nice and has good intentions, but she kind of steamrolls everyone around her when she has her mind fixed on something, you know? So yeah, he picked himself up, guys. You know, I think middle of the video we'll do some supers, because I need to recover from that.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. Nah, Olivia is a real American like the Hulkster.
Hell yeah, that's right. She's a true American.
At Dusty Sky 03 sent a super chat. It's my birthday today. I'm blazed and reading. Smiley face emoji.
You're reading and listening
At
to me? It's
Dana_Brain
multitasking.
sent a super chat. The Backrooms taps into that child idea when you see Backrooms of a mall or something and have no idea what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the thing with liminal spaces, why they're so kind of unsettling to us, what was that? I think, is because they are places that are meant to be traversed. You're not meant to stay in them. So they're a little odd. There's this, I might go take some pictures of it. There is this long hallway in a local strip mall nearby. And it's just a long hallway that separates a supermarket from the rest of the mall. And it is one of the eeriest liminal spaces. And the last time I was there was a bunch of party balloons stuck up in the lights, and I was like, what the fuck? Every time I'm in that hallway, I feel like I am going to fall out of reality. Or end up somewhere fucked up. You know, it's crazy.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. Arizona is liminal. Fake neighborhoods, empty streets at the middle of the day. It can be yellow or purple, deal with the heat and come down here side.
It's just an interesting
At
phenomenon.
Stevens5542 sent a super chat. The back room with multiply levels with entities in each floor. Lovers might not be happy with the movie.
No, because,
At 111 sent a super chat. I had a dream as a kid where a building I was in was the whole world. The outside was a dark void.
Ooh, that's scary. But no, the movie is based, this is all from earlier stuff, sorry I didn't take them earlier, but the movie is based on Kane Parsons' own conception of the Backrooms. But the Backrooms themselves are not a copyrightable idea. You know, it was birthed from an anonymous image on the internet with just a couple of sentences and went from there. So this is Kane Parsons' particular vision of the Backrooms, which I do prefer. I don't like everything just being scary monsters and so logical. I like it being illogical, mysterious, you know? So I do prefer his take on it. I'm a little worried with the whole async SCP angle of it. Like, it might get too scientific, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes, I guess.
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. If you want to get a behind-the-scenes Wendigoon interview Kane in the set of the movie.
Oh, I watched that, actually. I did.
At Dynabattlement2999 sent a super chat. Oh no. The main character has flaws. Oh, the humanity.
And if she didn't have any flaws, they'd also be complaining, so we just don't like a female main character.
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. Sue or blame the woman.
Yeah. Well, it's Charlie's fault that Valentino hit Angel Dust.
At the underscore space frog sent a super chat. Don't blame women, just blame Canada.
Yeah, it's always their fault anyway. Well, I mean, Valentino is from Canada.
At Dana underscore brain
Or he was
sent a
originally.
super chat. No one ever talks about Charlie's major flaws. She takes on too much responsibility and blame for things that aren't really her fault. Because no, it is all her fault. Actually, some chat online.
Yeah, and at the end of this season, she gives up some of the control over the hotel to Vaggie because Vaggie's just better suited at it. And she puts herself as just a counselor. You know, so she manages to sort of move past her need to micromanage the whole project, and that's pretty big for her. Yeah, Valentino's from Florida now, but I think originally he was from Canada, which is kind of funny.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. I can't believe Hazbin Hotel is a preschool show where the characters are obligated to learn their lesson and then never have that flaw ever again.
I know, like...
/S.
I don't know why people want all modern entertainment to be, like, a fucking kid's show that teaches them morality lessons. Like, that's not what this fucking show is for. It has some opinions on morality, but again, it is presenting many different perspectives and not giving a single, like, real answer other than cooperation good.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. This is also the first time Charlie's being treated this way. Yeah, she was laughed at. But S2 is the first time her reputation is targeted to this extent.
That's true, that's true. Well, the I'm from fucking Florida was a ad-lib on the part of Val's VA, and they just made it canon. Because he said in his mind all the worst Latinos are from Florida. I think all the worst anything is from Florida, to be honest.
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat. This has nothing to do with the video, but I wholeheartedly believe Adam would never realize Danny Dubad was Charlie. Lud would be so mad about it.
I could see that happening. Like, oh, who the fuck is this bitch? Where's the other one?
At Cat Peasant 106 sent a super chat. She was like that in S1 and the pilot. She has always had these characters.
Yeah, all these people that act like she's so different from the pilot. I mean, she was singing Inside Every Demon There's a Rainbow in the fucking pilot. She was always like this.
At Rain Banana sent a super chat. I'd like remind everyone that Charlie is based heavily on Jack Skellington. Explains a lot about how she's written. And I mean that in positive way.
I don't know if she explicitly is, but to me, she has a lot of shades of Jack Skellington. And I would imagine that Vivzie, being a Jonan Vasquez fan, would probably also be a Tim Burton fan. Like, literally, it goes Edward Gorey, Tim Burton, Jonan Vasquez, Vivienne Medrano. You know? You can draw a straight fucking line. Edits
West 777 sent a super chat. Keep in mind in universe, It's only been a few months since S1, so it would make sense that certain lessons Charlie learned won't stick right away.
Yeah, and they just had that big battle, and so yeah, all the stress is exacerbating her existing character flaws. And Angel Dust is being used to question the veracity of her methods. Because we don't know what made Penchus go to heaven. Nobody fucking knows. It could have been his sacrifice. It could have been the things he learned from Charlie. We don't even know if the hotel is what did it. Again, the hotel was always supposed to be a stupid idea. I don't know. She probably wasn't inspired by Knights. That was probably way before her time. She's what is she, like 28? Something around there. So, but she definitely grew up with Invader Zim. So she would have been a kid in the early 2000s, so... But Nightmare had its resurgence around then, too. Nightmare Before Christmas was a big Hot Topic thing for a while. And Disney stopped distancing themselves from it and then marketed the fuck out of it. It was a cult classic for a while, actually. Disney put it out under Touchstone originally because they didn't want to touch it because they didn't think it was family-friendly enough. So I'm always a little bitter about that because I saw Nightmare in theaters as a 10-year-old kid, and I loved it. She was born in 92. Okay, so she's like 33. But yeah, Nightmare was probably having its renaissance when she was a kid. So if she liked things like Zim, she probably watched Nightmare, I bet.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Charlie's favorite movie is Mars Attacks.
Dude, Mars Attacks is awesome. Seriously, just get a little drunk with some friends and watch Mars Attacks. Believe me, you'll have a great time. Anyway, there's some actually legitimately funny stuff in it, too. It is a parody movie. It is a little over the top, but there's some really actually funny shit in it. And then the rest is just laughing at it for being what it is. Wait, I know Knights, and I'm... Oh, maybe I am... I don't know how much Knights is in the public consciousness anymore, but I'm like... I've been a Knights fan since it came out, so it's... Obviously... You can tell my opening song is Knights music. All of my stream sounds are Knights sound effects. So, yeah. I might be into Knights, guys. Anyway. Okay, that was a nice little break. Let's, unfortunately, get back to the... You did a Mars Attacks costume in Destiny? That's fucking awesome. Let's get back to the video.
For Charlie to be a good character, she has to tend to every need of every person at the hotel on screen? Absolutely not. That's not scalable. That's why she has staff to help. What I am saying is that from the jump of the season, Charlie's evolving goal of showing that redemption works does not speak to the core of what the sinners of hell are communicating that they want, which is why when episode 5 rolls around, Vox works
They're communicating that they want to murder angels, and she doesn't want to encourage that, and then Vox takes advantage of the people's anger. But it's all serving himself. He doesn't actually care about the denizens of hell. Fox's whole plan is like, okay, so line go up, we take over heaven, then I'm God. His plan is also stupid and was never going to work. You know, but he is rallying the people for a while.
Incredibly well, speaking to them and how they may feel about angels coming down to slaughter them. So why am I upset at episode 5 more than anything? Well, let's look at Charlie's plan. She spends the first part of this episode trying to flag down Emily.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get Emily's attention!
Despite the fact that in the first episode of this season, the Sinners of Hell made it clear that they do not care if redemption works or not, given that their questions revolved around killing angels, and
she cares. She cares. That's why she's motivated. She cares that her methods and her plans seemingly did work, and she is eager to prove it to people. All that matters is that this is important to Charlie, so of course it is driving her actions. Characters can't have motivation now?
And their interest in Nifty, who killed Adam, Charlie's plan still revolves around proving that redemption works. Charlie, when Emily and the other angels come to visit her, would reaffirm that this is still her plan.
I need you to tell Hell that Penchus is in heaven and that Fox is full of shit! Fox!
Again, she is being a little self-serving. It's when she stops being self-serving that she manages to unite the overlords to save the day. But Vox never stops being self-serving in his goals. She is being self-serving right now, and again, it's down to her character flaws, but she's so fucking desperate to prove Vox wrong at this point, and to prove to everyone in hell that, you know, she is doing something good She is doing something that works. She doesn't want to start a war, so she's not down with angel slaying. Her whole plan in the first place is if we just get the sinners up to heaven, you won't have to do exterminations anymore. It's good, it's perfect. It's not perfect. Her whole plan has never been perfect. But, you know...
has completely convinced most of hell that you all are still out to get us, and that redemption isn't real, and that I'm just some crazy person.
However, why would the demons of hell believe Charlie that the angels are no longer wishing to kill them after 7 years of doing so? And why would they care about uniting or redemption if that was the case? Again,
she's more desperate to prove herself right at this point. Something she has to get over by the end of the season. It's almost like she had fucking character development and a character arc this season. It's almost like every single season of Hazbin Hotel is its own 3-act musical, and the overarching show is going by a 5-act structure. You can watch each season, like, I am assuming the future seasons will be like this too, but you can watch season 1, and then season 2, all in a row, like, watch 8 episodes at once, and you have a full fucking stage musical, basically. So, yeah, each season is its own beginning, middle, end, but they also fall into a 5-act structure overall. That is... what? That's a good way to rate it. And season 2 was fantastic. Season 2 actually made me a fan. As some people might be shocked to hear if they're hate-watching this, I was not, like, a total fan of Hazbin Hotel after Season 1. I was like, yeah, that's way better than the pilot. Still kind of rushed. I enjoyed it well enough. I'll watch Season 2, sure, but I wasn't, like, a mega fan or anything. Season 2 was fucking spectacular. And I'm very confident in the show now, and I rather like it a lot, so... I wasn't even a fucking fan of Hazbin Hotel until Season 2.
And it's as if Charlie's only true remorse revolved around Pensius, and once she learned that he was—
like, you might be surprised by that. The reason I do these streams is because I can just see how unfair, bad faith, and misogynistic people are toward Vivienne Medrano, and I'm gonna fucking call it out because no one else will. So there.
Or redemption, if that was the case. Again, it's as if Charlie's only true remorse revolved around Pensius, and once she learned that he was okay, we shifted from no longer acknowledging that demons—
he fucking got vaporized. Of course she had remorse for that. It happened a month ago. She saw him get vaporized right in front of her and she feels guilty about it. Of course she does.
Had been dying for years of saying, actually, they say sorry, and it worked for one guy, so now it's okay. But even with this absolutely terrible plan at hand, I could forgive it all and be a D1 Charlie defender if, and only if, Charlie kept the energy she's had for the first 4 episodes leading up to this point. You should have seen the look on her face.
The energy she had when she was being completely self-serving and focused entirely on proving herself right more than anything else? The thing you've been complaining about this entire time? You want her to keep that energy? She doesn't want to start a war with heaven. Why is that so hard to understand? She doesn't want violence. She even talks about how her mother, Lilith, didn't want violence. However, now, I do have a kind of a crack theory. Charlie could be wrong about what Lilith wanted, just like Vox was wrong about Lilith wanted. They could each have their own interpretation of what she was preaching. We don't know what Lilith was doing or saying or preaching. She could show up next season and we find out Charlie was very naive about her mother's own actions. You know, or maybe Lilith was kind of like, you know, not telling her the whole truth. Like, of course, dear, we're only doing non-violent protests. Of course, Charlie, don't worry about it. Don't look outside. I mean, something happened 7 years ago that caused Lilith to become a prisoner of heaven and for the exterminations to start. We don't know what made that happen. So, we'll find out in the next season, I suppose.
She had been so focused to call Voxtech, ready to defend her friends, speaking boldly, almost impulsively. And guess what? She gets her chance. The angels are here. She gets her opportunity. She gets to bring the angels with her to convince the people of her cause. Except she does very little speaking at all.
We're here to apologize!
We are sorry.
Because she's helping facilitate the angels apologizing in front of the crowd, and they're all very naive, because again, you were saying Charlie should be more like Emily? Emily's whole plan is, we'll bring them gift baskets, And that'll make up for 7 years of genocide. I love Emily, but she is also very naive.
We are sorry.
Oh, really? You're sorry? And what do you have here? Are those gift baskets?
Oh, I love you too,
Look, I know
Christian
Vox is a
Moral.
manipulator, but let's just imagine this for a second. I come to your home and punch you in the face for 7 years, in a row, on your birthday. Every day after your birthday, you have to nurse a black eye because of me. Are you telling me that if on the 8th year, I come and I say, sorry, hand you a gift basket, you're just gonna be okay with what happened?
You realize the plan is, again, just like with the hotel, do you not understand that the plan was stupid the entire time? Characters being idiots is a lot of the humor in this show, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, Emily's more naive than Charlie even, and way more sheltered. She might even be younger than Charlie.
Happened with the last 7 years, most rational people would still be angry about it. Probably even angrier that I would feel an apology fixes 7 years of assault. So imagine if we ramped it up to killing several beings.
Wait, you are apologizing for genocide with gift baskets?
Like, I'm sorry, even if it ultimately is manipulation from Vox, Vox also has the most logical response here. But even on top of this, why is Emily leading this conversation?
Yeah, and that's why he's able to manipulate the people. And she's leading the conversation because it was her plan, and Sarah is still not entirely on board with it. Sarah is still very skeptical, as we see when she transforms into her big fuck-ass dragon form and just blurts out, "This is why we need the exterminations, you're all violent!"
Emily has barely any idea of who Vox is, and one person here does.
None of them
And not only
do.
that, they know what he's about, and know about his way of twisting words, even your live words. Yet Charlie says next to nothing here.
Oh, you hear that, folks? These angels think our lives are worth really
Well,
good
of course she says next to nothing because he has been twisting her words this entire time, so it's the angels' turn to try. And they fuck it up too.
That's what a sinner's soul is worth to heaven, huh?
Well, he stands Vox so much because he's a man, and we're talking about female characters here. But, I mean, Vox was the standout for this season, let's be real. They let Christian Burl just go fucking ham, and I love it.
That's not... Emily?
What do you mean, Emily? This was your plan. You had 2 full episodes to learn that Vox will twist your words, and you thought just bringing Emily would fix what exactly? It's not even that Vox is 5 steps ahead.
She thought if angels showed up and said they're not gonna do the exterminations anymore, that would clear things up. Because she's naive and just assumes everyone will act in good faith because she's naive. Oh yeah, Burl was so good, and you know what? I was so happy. Not only did I find out that there was a run of Little Shop on stage with Jeremy Jordan, who plays Lucifer, as Seymour. He was also in a show with Christian Burl as the evil dentist. You can find the slime tutorial. It's so good. If you're new here, Little Shop of Horrors is my favorite musical. And as soon as I heard Jeremy Jordan with Seymour, I was like, no! I wish I had seen the revival now! No!
Playing 4D chess against a worthy opponent, it's that Charlie never had a plan. Beyond, if you tell people that it's real, they'll magically wish to give up all of their sinning activities that they currently do, and want to go to a place that historically had people who murdered the people around them. And I want to reiterate,
like I said, Lavender, you can find the slime tutorial of the musical on YouTube. That's apparently what they call illegally filmed musicals.
this is a dumb plan, but I could have forgiven this dumb plan if Charlie was doing the talking.
No, it's great because Burl is constantly trying to make Jeremy Jordan break character. He's like constantly doing shit to make him break character. It's so funny.
If Charlie was expressing the energy she's had over these episodes, we've seen Charlie determined, and it's not her absolutely quiet and in the corner. Remember the last season when she stayed up all night thinking of plans? Yeah, this Charlie doesn't even have the mental capacity to stick to one plan.
Do you know how many sinners died in each...
I'm not even like interested in this video anymore. I saw a great performance of Hairspray at a local theater where the actors were constantly trying to crack each other up and make each other break character. It was so much fun.
Extermination? Thousands.
Oh, not the picture. Stop. That's not what this is.
Actually, Charlie, that's exactly what this is. Yes, the killing of demons wasn't something wholly represented by heaven, but the portion that did is the portion that matters to the people here. Why would they care about the greater portion of heaven who wants nothing to do with them either? I'm pulling no tricks here. Charlie does next to nothing except get mad at Lucifer because he was suggested to try and intimidate Vox by Vaggie, which leads to a fight with them that barely lasts one episode, by the way. It doesn't even matter at all.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at all? It's the Act 2 low point. Everyone leaves the hotel, goes through some shit, comes back together, saves the day in the end. Like, this is not difficult to follow.
All, except I suppose the ending, which we'll get to in a second. But I want to make it clear that as a viewer, I knew that Charlie's plan wasn't going to work, and was subjected to seeing her lug people through it because she's the main character.
Yes, you are supposed to always be aware that Charlie's plans are not going to work. All of her plans are harebrained and frantic and naive and kind of stupid. That's what's endearing about her, you know?
It's representative of this season that so much time was spent on a dumb idea from, quite frankly, a negligent, careless main character, whom I'm supposed to believe and agree is nice but naive. It isn't naive when you do
She is nice and naive, and she is being neglectful, especially toward Angel Dust, and that's what drives him away in the end, especially after he finds out he's been a sleeper agent for Vox the entire time. That's like the straw that breaks the camel's back and makes him abandon the hotel completely and go back to his abusers. So yes, her neglect does have a bad effect on Angel Dust, and that is supposed to be bad! It is challenging the limits of her viewpoint, which a main character should be challenged, yes? Don't you agree?
The same thing 3 times and it doesn't work. It is a testament to how good this season still is, for me at least, because every other character, or at least almost every other character, dynamic, and storyline has been great for me so far, but Charlie is
all the men are good, but Charlie bad. I see.
Consistently the worst part of season 2. Now, fortunately for her, she does at least redeem herself in universe when she runs out of plans.
Now, the worst part of season 2 is Baxter, because at first I thought, well, it was an anticlimax, but he did do something, and then I saw someone point out he didn't even get the connection for Penchus to make his speech. Penchus did that, so it's like, what the fuck did he do except get them into Vox Tower, actually? What did he even do?
Because in the 6th episode, she'd confront Carmela Carmine, who would have been somewhat forced to give weapons to Vox because he floats around the idea that a war may affect her children, and when Carmela refuses to work with them being Charlie and Vaggie, who are fighting at this point, Charlie has her all is lost moment here.
I thought about what you said the other day, about me hyperfixating on all the lies, about me, about my mom, and you were right.
What do you mean? This is her apologizing to her girlfriend.
And Vaggie, who are fighting at this point, Charlie has her all is lost moment here.
I thought about
this isn't all is lost. This is, you're right. I've been an asshole. I've been hyper-focusing on the wrong things. I'm sorry. You were right this whole time. I'm sorry I argued with you. You were looking out. She's apologizing to Vaggie. And this isn't all is lost. This is, oh, so I'm the asshole. How did you misconstrue that so badly?
What you said the other day, about me hyperfixating on all the lies, about me, about my mom, and you were right. I got so caught up in all the drama, and my mom... Look, this hotel was my way of finishing what she started, and I think I've been trying so hard to hold on to it, because if I could make it work, maybe she'd be proud of me.
So we get to the crux of what all this is about. If the first season was daddy issues, this season was mommy issues. I can't fathom what
How has it not always been mommy issues? We've known from the start that Lilith has been missing for 7 years, and this clearly bothers Charlie, but she pretends it doesn't. In the first season, she's like, oh, Mom hasn't called or been seen in 7 years, but I'm sure she's off doing something really important. It's her toxic positivity and trying to hold it together. It's always been mommy issues. Like, this whole time. She's actually getting along with Lucifer at this point, except for that one hiccup,
Season 3 is going to be about. You've ran out of parents at this point. Now, I don't have any qualms with this in theory. I actually find it to be a good motivation to have, but the reality of this season is that because the show had so much it wanted to cover and so much it wanted to do, at least in the 6 episodes I've seen so far, we don't really get enough of Lilith. And we barely had
You haven't even finished the show when you made this video. Was this when the season was airing? I have a feeling, was it more than 7 months ago? I don't remember now. But, like, yeah, we're teasing Lilith for the next season, idiot. Because she finally calls Charlie back at the end with whatever changed up there in heaven. Maybe because they officially stopped the extermination, she's free? We don't know yet. And again, each season is its own 3-act structure, and the show is following a 5-act structure, it seems like. So, yes, we don't know much about Lilith yet, because there's going to be more show. And like I said, for all we know, Charlie is very naive about what Lilith was trying to accomplish, just like Vox was kind of putting his own spin on what she was supposedly trying to accomplish. Charlie could be wrong about her mother! Wouldn't that be interesting?
Had enough of Lucifer last season, but at least there we had an episode and a backstory to refer to. Because the show wishes to explore everyone's dynamic and backstory and this and that, had we had more Charlie
We have a backstory, you were told it at the beginning of the very first fucking episode.
and Lilith moments to at least refer to and get on the same page with her emotionally, this would hit more for me. It wouldn't absolve her of everything that happened. And
get more on board with her emotionally? We barely know anything about Lilith. We haven't even heard her voice. I swear to God, if they have Susan Egan be Lilith, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. That would be awesome, though.
this season, but at least I could root for them more because I see the vision. Basically what I'm saying is, even if you want to see Lilith and Charlie together, you have to agree that you've been told more than shown. Even if the last 2 pair of episodes have Charlie at her best and even have a great—
We've been told more about a character who doesn't have much of a presence in the show but haunts the narrative. Yeah? That's normal writing?
moment. It still wouldn't excuse the eye-rolling, literally blood-boiling experience I had to endure for 6 episodes. Now, look, this is a negative video, but I am enjoying my experience with the show outside of this mess. I just wanted to get this out of the way before I go and praise the show. So until I get out my other videos on Hazbin, please check out what I thought about the first season of the show. So
No, I want Susan Egan to be Lilith. I just, you know, it'd be too much. She's Meg, she's Rose Quartz, and then she's Lilith. That would be crazy. Anyway, I think we're done with that video. That was, hopefully they don't get worse from here, but
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I feel people think that Charlie does have a good idea cause they haven't worked out their religious trauma and don't think her idea is naive.
I don't know, it's weird because, like, other people will criticize the narrative of Charlie saying she believes anybody can be redeemed, and like, oh, anybody can be redeemed, Charlie? Even, like, murderers and rapists? And it's like, well, if you have a problem with that idea, Chief, you kinda got a problem with the whole of Christianity then, don't you? It's not like these are new ideas, you know? And again, Charlie is only one perspective. We're seeing multiple perspectives on the idea of what is redemption, who is worthy of redemption, how is redemption achieved. These are questions no one has ever fully answered, and everybody has their own perspective on, and we're being given all the different perspectives on it in this show. This show is not going to definitively answer for you what is redemption, what is the nature of evil. These are questions humanity has never fucking answered. A Christian would tell you that Hitler could be redeemed if he just gave in and gave his heart to Jesus right before he died. They would tell you that, if they're honest. So it's like, if you have a problem with the idea, you just have a problem with Christianity. Which, it's fine to have a problem with that, but I'm just saying. One day we're gonna have to look at the religious people talking about this show, I swear. What happened to Hitler if Hellaverse anyway did World War II sitters were, but he's probably already dead if he was over there. I think they decided, with the final show they weren't gonna reference any real people. There was like a joke about Jeffrey Dahmer in the in the pilot that was actually kind of funny, but I can see why they sort of moved away from that. I understand, you know, it would seem like too much of a satire too, I think, if they did use real people, so.
At Yin125 sent a super chat. These Hazbin haters would hate MLP.
They probably all did. They probably all were former people arguing about the ethics of MLP.
106 sent a super chat. Charlie's arc isn't done yet. Charlie's VA said her arc won't be complete until the end of S4.
Yeah, and I love Charlie's VA in the final show. She completely understands the assignment. I think she's absolutely pitch perfect as Charlie.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. Latex just throwing in my 2 cents against some Charlie criticism I saw during season 2. We as the audience don't even know if she and Angel will be cool again at the end. It'll be resolved later.
We'll see.
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat. Someone missed the shot of Lute slamming her face on the table when she heard about this plan. I see.
I know, well of course Lute hates it. Lute just wants to be a murder bitch and just kill everyone in hell. That's her perspective, and of course, again, Emily is extremely naive. Is like, if we just go down there with gift baskets, they'll all see that we're sorry and we'll all get along and sing Kumbaya! Henningsen. I always never know how to say Erica Henningsen's last name. I always fuck it up.
At Varish Wolf 95 sent a super chat. In sheep voice men characters good, women characters bad.
Always with these hate them people, especially the men.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. By his logic, a character can't make mistakes or it's a writing issue, and if a character has a flaw it has to be fixed immediately and then never brought up again?
I know, I
God,
don't
I hope
understand.
this guy isn't a writer.
I don't understand that attitude.
Sent a super chat. The way this guy stands Vox so much you'd think he must like Trump too. The things he likes about Vox here is concerning.
I mean, I like Vox. I like that Vox is kind of a moronic villain, but he is just intimidating enough to be, you know, frightening, but for the rest of the time, he's kind of an idiot. But like I said, the characters being stupid is a lot of the humor of this show.
Edits West 777 sent a super chat. This vid is surprising NGL. AJ is normally a lot more understanding, charitable, and nuanced than this. Now he's low-key buying Vox's propaganda.
Yeah, well, you know, people just lose their minds when it comes to the Hellaverse, and again, I don't think they would be like this as much if the creator wasn't a woman, but here we are.
Ed Wogadora sent a super chat. Bro is missing only pinches under to Charlie.
Yeah, and Penches is the one who embraced her viewpoint. You know, a wise woman once told me it starts with sorry.
11 sent a super chat. Oh great, Charlie has both mommy and daddy issues. Poor girl. Smiling face with dear emoji.
I mean, she is a princess.
At Soreheart 520 sent a super chat. That was Charlie all his last moment, he just didn't show the right part of that scene. Remember before Vaggie started to sing, Charlie was saying everyone is gone and it's all her fault.
Yeah, so like, you're saying this is her all is lost moment when you show her, like, apologizing to her girlfriend for being kind of an asshole. That is not her all is lost moment.
At Sonic Vegeta sent a super chat. Who else here thinks Charlie is hot?
No, you can't. She don't got enough meat on her bones for me, but,
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Do you think Spawn is in this? Both have Keith David.
Us interacting with Spawn, that would be fucking funny as shit. Oh, that'd be great. And they're just talking in the exact same voice. Amazing, amazing. Okay, so the next one I have is the moral standards of Charlie. Does she have any? So, when people talk about morality with this show, you know it's gonna get fucking stupid.
Just like 2 years ago, I break my January hiatus on making videos to talk about Hazbin Hotel. In related news, I've written a book.
Oh, I can play music over
yours.
yours.
I'm still looking for beta readers. Charlie Morningstar is a very flawed protagonist. Now, this isn't necessarily me critiquing how she's written, I think. I am mostly confident that most of what I'm about to...
Oh, hang on a second. I want to bring down my music thingy so you guys can actually see what song is playing. That would be good.
...say is a purposeful decision by the writers. But if I'm wrong, this is a serious problem with how she's written and the very DNA of the show. Only time will tell. Meeting Adam for the first time was a jarring experience.
They're judging
because
you.
He was such a dick. And that's not me saying it, that's literally what he called himself. He was crass, he was cruel, he was practically designed to look like a demon because he wore a mask that the writers would have you believe had zero narrative significance besides looking cool. But there was one thing going for him in terms of being interesting. He got into heaven. Now, as the show goes on, it would become clearer that he's not really that deep. Frankly, the question of what his life on Earth was like is pretty much the only refuge his fanbase can find in their search for nuance in this character. But when you think about what he and Lucifer have in common, a character flaw in Charlie becomes obvious. Because if there's one thing these ancient enemies can agree on, it's that sinners suck. And Charlie seems incapable of internalizing that. Now, this is different from saying sinners are irredeemable.
Well, yes, but again, it's because hell is the only environment she's ever known. She doesn't know anything any different, so all of this is normal to her. That's why it's funny that she's like a naive, happy, positive Disney princess in hell. I mean, that is the premise of her character, and it's a very funny one.
Now, this is different from saying sinners are irredeemable. The show has made it clear that it's possible for them to be redeemed. Charlie's problem, though, seems to be an inability to acknowledge that as they are right now, most of them suck. I mean, Charlie couldn't even confidently call Vox a liar after he lied about her. Charlie and the narrative would insist that we take the idea of redemption and getting into heaven seriously as goals for the character. So when you consider that the first human...
Does the narrative do that, though? Charlie wants people to take it seriously, but the narrative has consistently framed her hotel idea as stupid and naive. Again, the point is it's Charlie herself that improves people's lives by being in their lives and being around them and teaching them, you know, her perspective. And maybe they don't fully agree with it, but they appreciate her, and she betters people's lives by being around them. But she's so convinced it's going to be the hotel that improves people's lives. She doesn't think about the impact she has on people.
Woman she has ever met who didn't fall to hell was this guy. It has so many implications regarding her view on the concept of being a good person. Because while the show hasn't done much to explain how Charlie wound up with the belief she has beyond vaguely gesturing at Lilith, there is no denying that she has a shockingly childish view of redemption. I'd call it Sunday school tier, but I went to Sunday school, and I feel like I'd be insulting my teachers with that comparison. It suggested that Charlie needed to look deeper than the surface to really understand what it takes to redeem someone.
Yes.
That just because someone is an asshole to her, doesn't mean they are a bad person.
I mean, Adam is a bad person, but yeah, this is all very intentional. It is intentionally written that way. She is supposed to have character flaws, you know, like, this is like, again, this whole like, I'm reading exactly what the show is saying, and coming away thinking it's a writing flaw. I don't understand.
Of course, this whole hunt for a theme I'm doing is undercut by all the genocide. The fact of the matter is, ultimately, Adam is just a bad person, and the show itself has barely provided us with any actual nuance to his character. I think he might be the most black and white character in this entire show besides Emily.
So?
But that just leaves all of Charlie's flaws on the table, not as a contrast for a lesson she has to learn, but as just that, flaws. And here's the thing,
character has flaws, and that's bad. She is learning lessons, though. She does advance each season, and there's going to be more seasons!
And here's the thing, she is way too tolerant for the job she's supposed to be doing. Charlie is trying to redeem people. She's trying to take those who are considered beyond help, too flawed and too broken.
She's too tolerant? I mean, you have to be really tolerant to believe in redemption in the first place, I would say. You know?
Find redemption for them. But she has, like, no standards. Okay, that's a bit mean. She does have standards. They're just extremely lax. The fact she lets Alistair... Actually, I don't think I need to finish that sentence. The fact she lets Alistair is shocking enough. Because he is willing to support her dream. But he clearly does it for immoral reasons.
Yeah, but she has to take all the help she can get, and she is, again, she does a lot of toxic positivity and excuse-making. That is part of her character flaws.
And that's just not a theory. He says it to her face, loudly, and often. He just wants to watch people fail and suffer for his own amusement. And she puts up with pretty much...
Well, also, when did you make this? 5 months ago, so no fucking excuse. He is forced to help the hotel by Rosie. We don't know what he's gonna do next season now that he's free from his deal with her. So, like, yeah, at first you might... you're supposed to be able to piece these things together. You can see that Alistair is helping the hotel, but clearly despises doing it. So the question is, then why is he doing it? And we get the answer to that question in Season 2. Oh, he's doing it because he has a demonic deal with Rosie, and she's making him do it! It explains everything!
Everything around him. He is a sadistic cannibal serial killer with zero remorse who brought enslaved souls to work as her staff and broke the no drugs rule by bringing in a bar. Though honestly, I don't think the writers consider alcohol to be a real drug.
Is there a no drugs rule? But yeah. Well, yeah, the writers don't consider alcohol to be a real drug because they're American, but maybe as a Christian you think it's a drug, but I don't know, I mean, it is technically a drug, but so is caffeine.
And you know what? When I really think about it, it just makes her seem incompetent. She needed this evil-ass overlord to fix up her hotel and get her staff so much that she's willing to put up with the fact that he's an evil-ass overlord? Really? Charlie practically bends her convictions immediately to get some support, and if it's not a purposefully written character flaw, it is a deep problem with the show and the character.
All of her character flaws are purposefully written, yes. If you just would sit back and watch the show and pay attention and not go around looking for hot takes on it, you would maybe realize that.
Charlie will put up with almost any level of evil as long as it's not visibly hurting her friends. I mean, I don't really need to argue this. He defends Alistair going on a homicidal rampage, which he largely does to reinforce his...
Look at her looking very pensive about it, like, oh, well, you know, he might grow big and eat people sometimes, but he's helping. Like, yes, this is a deliberate character flaw.
Reputation as a being to be feared, because she can vaguely interpret it as him helping her and guilt Lucifer about it, even though she knows Alistair does not believe in her dream. And the crazy thing is, it's not just things we as humans watching the show may find objectionable. Charlie doesn't even seem to keep to her own puritanical standards. The play she has Penchus and Angel act out clearly shows that she regards premarital sex as something that gets you sent to hell. I remind you that Angel Dust, the person she uses as her go-to example of redemption being possible, is a porn star.
This is a joke. She's putting on like this stupid little preschool play, which is exactly like all of you people want this show to be, like a little morality play. It's a joke, again, showing how naive she is and how flawed her idea of what is redemption is and how like, a surface level it is. It's supposed to be. It's a joke at her expense.
And also sexually harassed people, mostly Husk, at the beginning of the show quite a bit. She has an oddly out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach to sin. Like, she avoids internalizing what's going on around her. The slaves, I can almost understand.
Oh my god, yeah, Charlie doesn't internalize what's around her or the real situation of things, and she's very toxically positive. You think that maybe this is a character flaw, where she is a little delusional. You know? She kind of delusionally doesn't want to see what's right in front of her. Yeah, that is a deliberate character flaw.
It's not like Alistair torments Husk in front of her, and she probably just doesn't even think about it because she's grown up with it being the norm around her.
Yes.
But then there's the season 1 finale where she just skims over the cannibal army deciding to work with her actively so they can eat angels. There have been many complaints about Charlie letting Vox film Angel's attempts to redeem himself, but it made me think about why she's written like this. To live in this version of hell, and believe any of these demons are worth redeeming, kind of requires a little delusion. This is a version of hell that encourages people to be the absolute worst.
What I just fucking said, she's toxically positive and a little delusional and really naive. Yes, these are all character flaws of Charlie's.
It could be, and seemingly rewards those who can get away with being just the bottom of the pile. But to question that system would be to question the creators of the system. Her parents, mostly her mom, who she seriously idolizes. So she just doesn't think about it. And that fact is why I do have some hope that all of this could be addressed in later seasons of the show when Lilith finally shows up. Anyway, back to criticizing. Charlie doesn't seem to think of the implications of Angel doing sex work for someone who owns him. She doesn't think about who Alistair very clearly is. She just barrels ahead on what she believes despite everything around her.
Yes.
The fun of the show kind of comes with all the bad.
The very first episode has her gallivanting down the street with fires everywhere and cannibals eating people and sexual perverts on the sidewalk going, "It's a happy day in hell." Yeah! That song tells you every fucking thing you need to know about her.
Alistair is so popular, and he's like top 3 evilest characters in the show. If Charlie had standards, she'd have to like put her foot down and ban things and be able to tell people no, and then most of the cast wouldn't even be allowed in the building. She'd have passed Angel Dust over for someone who actually wanted to be redeemed or at least get out of hell seriously. The hotel has an open door policy, but Vox harassing Angel is the first time we've seen her put her foot down about keeping anything out. Which is a crazy thing to do when you realize that the Hazbin...
Well, Vox was also slandering her on the fucking news, so she wasn't really open to him and was just focused on proving him wrong.
The hotel is basically a rehab center. It makes me want to go back to the search for nuance, but about Charlie this time. Maybe she just forces herself to have an extremely biased view in favor of sinners.
Yes!
Which brings us to the whole hierarchy thing. Not to figure out...
Yes, you moron! She says, there are people, Dad! The sinners are our people! And Lucifer goes, yeah, and they fucking suck, honey! She tells you out loud what her viewpoint is. Why she is so emotionally invested in this, we don't really know yet. But there might be some reasoning behind that other than, you know, her relationship with her mother. But again, this environment is all she knows. She grew up here, she was born here. This is all she fucking knows!
Stronger, as it tends to be the main reason people bring that up these days, but to try and figure out what people in different levels of the hierarchy think of each other. Charlie keeps referring to sinners as her people, even though they barely are in any sense of the word. Her title as princess holds no authority over them, and most did not care to listen to her until the events of the Season 1 and Season 2 finales. And far as we can tell, she's had like 0 positive interaction with any of them pre-Vaggie. They are her people, basically because...
well, Vaggie's not a sinner either.
she can see them. Meanwhile, I don't think she's ever expressed a single opinion towards demons that are actually born in hell, who explicitly have to serve the aforementioned sinners. And the thing is, hellborn demons are like the only ones actually inclined to respect her at all, and are also the only ones who aren't in hell.
Not necessarily, because, like, imps were created by Satan, so they answer to him, basically. You know, yeah, and Lucifer being the king of hell is kind of just, like, a figurehead thing. He can't actually do anything. He can't actually enforce anything. Can Charlie hurt sinners, though? We don't know. And that is a very interesting question that we'll maybe get an answer to. Because, like, Lucifer physically can't hurt sinners. It's like in his nature. It's like a fae thing. Like he can't do anything to them. He is supernaturally prevented from doing so. But Charlie's half human. So I like how he puts Lucifer above Charlie and Lilith, as if Lucifer and Lilith weren't like Lilith did more for hell than Lucifer did. She built the cities and shit. You know? But of course he puts Lucifer above her.
Because they're bad people. And yet, for some reason, she's so much more concerned about the people that just kind of fell into her lap. There's a joke about liberal white women and immigration somewhere in there, but I'm sure your brain can make it for me. The point is...
no, that was a stupid fucking statement.
Charlie appears to be purposefully, forcefully biased in favor of the denizens of hell for no other reason than she feels obligated to. It's weird.
Yeah, because she's the princess.
Do you think she'd sing about the poor, innocent exorcists eaten by cannibals the same way she does about sinners? Both groups do and have done horrible things.
They're not her people.
But one is actively opposing her. Charlie's one line basically seems to be if she sees you harming her friends. Not necessarily that she's aware of it, just sees it. She seemed plenty aware Angel was being manipulated and taken advantage of in the Season 2 finale, but she didn't actually see it, so she seemed to barely think about it. She kept her cool about Vox and everything he was doing in the finale in a way she just didn't with Adam. I keep coming back to the idea of politeness. If your evil is dressed up enough and not actively aimed at her friends, she'll just tolerate it. I keep coming back to the fact that she folded on calling Vox out for—
or she's too naive or doesn't know how to handle it.
lying so easily. Because saying the truth would just be so harsh on her part. If Katie Killjoy was less mean about it, you think Charlie would have even acknowledged that she was homophobic? There's a conservative white woman and complacency joke somewhere in there, and I'm sure
she's bisexual and dating a woman, but you think she wouldn't have pointed out Katie Killjoy as homophobic if she was nice about it? How do you be nice about being homophobic, guy? Why don't you explain that one to me?
Sure, your brain can make it for me. And thus, we spin back to Adam.
I'm sure there's some kind of cutting political joke I could make here, but I'm not smart enough, so do it for me.
And how he and Lucifer are so willing to acknowledge that the people in hell suck. And connected to that, I can't help but imagine some sort of arc for Charlie.
Lucifer also hates Adam, though, and points out that he fucked both his wives.
And Emily, somewhat, because she's kind of Heaven's version of Charlie.
She is.
Because one thing these girls seem to have in common is that before the series began, they'd never seen anything outside the realms they were born in. Charlie's only ever...
Yeah, you see, there is a bit of a parallel here with Charlie and Emily, where they are the new generation. They're like the 20-year-old activists who think they're gonna save the world and think they understand everything, and then there's the older generation who are kind of entrenched in complacency and the ways the world is, and just kind of go along with it for tradition's sake. There is a parallel there, but the thing about young activists is they have good intentions, they're very passionate, but they often don't have the full picture. You know? And they often think these things are far more obvious and easier to overcome than they actually are. You know? And I think that is supposed to be a thing with the two of them. That is their flaw. They're young and naive. You know?
Ever seen the worst in humanity. Emily's only ever seen the best. And everyone who's seen both is more willing to acknowledge that sinners are terrible. So if Charlie was more exposed to a good person, she'd start to see the cracks in her view of how innocent the demons are. And Emily would get her naivety about the poor innocent souls in hell crushed by reality. And then they'd both get up, stronger for it, and continue searching for redemption. Picture the scene where Sarah is looking at Charlie.
They did do that. Emily is completely on board with Charlie. She had no idea any of this was going on, and she's like, you just send people down to extinguish the soul, like actual human souls? You do that, Sarah? That goes against everything you've taught me, you know? So Emily is just finding out about all this shit, you know? And she immediately gets on board with Charlie, because again, they're both like young 20-year-old activists.
And then they'd both get up, stronger for it, and continue searching for redemption. Picture the scene where Sarah is looking at Charlie harshly for swearing, but like, taken seriously and not as an example of hypocrisy because Adam is standing right there. Like, Charlie talks about the cannibal she works with, and that gets everyone in heaven to look at her like she's crazy, and that makes her rethink how willing she is to work with Alistair just because he puts on a civilized mask around her. But then again, the show
doesn't make her question shit about Alistair, and like I said, now after season 2, after his gambit, Alistair is completely free from the hotel. So, who the fuck knows what he's gonna get up to next time?
I agree with Charlie and Emily, so maybe I'm just blowing smoke.
I'm not
entirely sure what I'm building up to here. I'm
I don't
hopeful
know
that
either.
This is something the writers are planning to address when Lilith shows up.
I don't know what I'm building up to here, so you put it together in your head for me.
Largely because it seems so obvious to me. But you know what they say at the entrance of hell? Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Shout out to my patrons and channel members, A, Skyman, and Jarg Evolved.
Okay, that one was a little more mild and just kind of... Again, I don't understand that the writing is purposeful in what it is doing. You know? That's really what that one was.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Talk taxi with Pori Love Beam. Heart hands emoji.
Like,
pride
putty
flag
putty
emoji.
love beam. Like that. Putty putty love beam. I don't know what it's
Rock
from.
Josiah sent a super chat. Driving for 12 hours on narrow Irish backroads tax.
Well, I hope you're having fun, and I hope you're not swerving hearing some of these takes.
At Clyde Albrin sent a super chat. Media literacy tax.
Oh, I know, God. People are so sick of the term media literacy, but people gotta start having it.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. This might be the dumbest critique of Hazbin I've ever heard. I'm almost impressed.
Was that Alpha J or this guy? I can't even tell now.
At Sonic Vegeta sent a super chat.
Hey.
You keep saying that people only have a problem with a show cause Viv is a woman, but I've seen people be just as if not worse to men in the same position. The reason they're going at the show and Viv is because they think she's an easy target.
I don't know. Find me a single male creator people go at as hard as they go at Vivienne Medrano. Like, a lot of it's sour grapes, but I really think a lot of it has to do with she's female. You know, and people are always much harsher on female showrunners.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. If I had a nickel for every African YouTubers had bad media literacy, I would have to nickel, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that happens twice.
The other one, the Crow reviewer? We wanted to cover Crow reviewer again. He's still pumping out Steven Universe slop videos that just make no fucking sense. Anyway, this next one's 37 minutes long, so hopefully this won't be the last one we do today. We'll see how fast we can get through it.
Our girl Charlie is kind of a dud lead. Vivziepop is cock of the walk nowadays with not one, but two indie success stories under her belt. I poke fun, but I do love to see it. Genuinely very commendable. And there's potentially a third success on its way.
Shut the fuck up, fucking buddy.
Are you kidding me? People were turning around on Shrimptopia so fast. They're like, oh look though, he's doing new designs. He's actually improving, guys. Unlike Vivziepop, am I right? So people were instantly turning around on the guy who made, like, Nick Fuente's merch. Because he slightly improved the character design. So no, that is not a good fucking example. People started forgiving that guy almost immediately. Fuck off. Anyway, I couldn't even keep up with what she's saying. I might have to... Damn it, I might have to slow this one down. Let's put it on 1.15, maybe? Excuse me.
Still, for all the impressive animation and the talented Tony Award-winning VAs and the catchy musical numbers, it's kind of universally agreed that her writing is...
Oh, get dunked on!
flawed.
It's not universally agreed, and she's not the only writer. So... yeah, and oh look, it's the hotel, but it says the Nut Shack. Wow.
It's why I named you after the best thing ever, Vaggie.
At best. Overstuffed and underdeveloped, skipping essential downtime to rush to the big money shots, prioritizing fan service over an effectively paced narrative, a sense of humor that consists all—
Do you call Vaggie and Charlie's love song fucking fan service? It was a very important scene where they reestablished their relationship in Season 2 after having a fight. Fan service. That beautiful scene of the two of them dancing. Fan service. Uh-huh.
Almost entirely of Quirk Chunga's faces and the fuck word. All this comes together in one core problem that drags the whole
Oh no! Adults say fuck! You must be a Zoomer, I swear. Because people are always like, but they swear so much. But they swear so much. And I'm like, I'm a millennial. That's just how we fucking talk. We grew up, you know, rebelling against Puritanism, so we all just started using swears like normal speech. And now the younger generation is rebelling against us with Puritanism again. Time is a flat circle.
Showdown. I don't think there's any worse, more all-encompassing manifestation of Hazbin's writing issues than its poorly executed protagonist.
Oh, yeah?
Firstly, I'm bi.
Oh yeah, Hazbin Hotel.
Why was that bad? She was correcting Katie Killjoy.
Has a Charlie problem. And it's a bit deeper than my personal dislike of uber quirky.
You know, having a problem with her saying she's bi and calling the love song between two women fan service, seeing a few red flags here. I don't like where this is going.
Characters.
Be the diabolical Danny Dubad!
If you don't want to be lumped in with other Zoomers, you better start telling your fellow Zoomers what fucking for.
Oh, Caroline, will you please shut the fuck up?
So let's go over what exactly is so wrong.
Jesus fucking Christ, this is Zoomer editing though, oh my god.
With the Princess of Hell together. No growth, no meaningful relationships. Charlie Morningstar is neither a grower nor a shower. As the protagonist, we're ideally meant to see her go through a more pronounced journey of personal growth than anyone else. That doesn't mean she has—
There's only been 2 seasons out of 5. Obviously, there's time for her to develop over all of the seasons. Given she's the protagonist, we probably do want to see her continuously have an arc until the very end, given she is the main character, yes?
Has to be a bad person to—
Be like saying, oh, Walter White should have just finished his character development in, like, season 4, and then the last 2 seasons he's just flat. That would have been so much better.
Point. Or even that she needs to do bad things, as interesting as that could be. But it does mean she has to go somewhere as a character.
She does do bad
but
things.
No matter where we look in the show, we find Charlie in more or less the same place, running on the spot, eternally doing her cutesy hyper thing. In the pilot, she's stressed about leadership.
I don't know if I'm going to make a difference. I don't know what I'm doing.
Doesn't know how to be assertive, believes in redemption against all odds.
Yeah, and she's exactly the same in the final show. Are you gonna be one of these pilot lovers? The pilot sucked. Like, I am capable of criticizing Vivziepop's work, and the pilot sucked. I was not impressed by it. I mean, I was impressed by it technically. Like, it's very good that they were able to put this together as a proof of concept, but it does nothing for me. And then I saw the pilot for A Hell of a Boss, and I was like, this is more my speed. But I like both shows now. They both have become very good in their final forms.
Great. At the end of season 1, she's stressed about leadership.
I wish my mom was here to see this.
The cannibals seem ready to fight. Are we?
Doesn't know how to be assertive and believes in redemption.
They're stressed about going into a big battle! As anyone would! What do you mean?
Against all odds. At the start of season 2, she's stressed about leadership.
Pilot was just like, it was okay. The writing was kind of they crammed in too many characters. The voice acting was bleh. I think every single voice actor was better in the final show. And it just, the humor was off for me. It just didn't do much for me at the time, but yeah, I just, but I always said, if Hazbin gets as big a glow-up between pilot and final show as Hellava did, it'll be fine, and it was! But again, I wasn't even a fan until Season 2, because Season 2 was that fucking good!
Start of Season 2, she's stressed about leadership.
We beat Adam, and the hotel's packed, even though lots of people died, but it is so great!
Doesn't know how to be assertive.
Yeah, she's stressed about, again, having to go to a big battle and having people die on her, especially Penchas, who she basically got killed, yeah. Oh yeah, Blake Roman is so fucking good as Angel Dust. He's so fucking good.
Believes in redemption against all odds, and at the end of season 2, she's stressed about leadership.
All I can say is, thank you.
At the end of season 2, she unites all of the overlords for one moment so they can all save everyone around them in their own lives. She is a leader at the end of this season. She becomes a leader at the end of this season. You know, even if it's just for that one moment. She leads all of hell to do something good. In a way that Vox never would have been able to accomplish.
For sucking so much at everything you try to do.
Why is Linkara
Doesn't know how to be
here?
assertive and believes in redemption against all odds.
Guys, psst, I have a heckin' game theory of where she'll be in season 3.
Well, it's not against all odds anymore. They have Sir Penchas appear on a big screen and say, "Hello, I've gone to heaven!" You know? Like, everyone knows it's possible now, and the hotel is thriving now, and she puts Vaggie in charge of hotel management instead of micromanaging everything herself. She learns to step aside and let other people help her run this thing. You know, that is a big step for her, yes!
Hey, just call it a hunch.
Even her relationships don't change. Vag loves her from the pilot. They're together in a
Still
heckin'
Vaggie.
wholesome, healthy Yuri relationship from the start. When Vagu's big secret past as an angel gets—
Oh, how nice you called it Yuri, you son of a bitch. Yeah, already we're having the trickle of homophobia just seeping into this video.
outed, Charlie doesn't grapple with the idea for more than a second, and it never comes up again. Of course she doesn't care. Why would she?
They do talk about it, but it's almost like she loves her girlfriend or something. You know, imagine that! This woman she's been together with for years, she's not just going to throw away the relationship. Like, yeah? I guess you don't see their relationship as very substantive then, huh?
My girlfriend is an exorcist angel, and she never—
Yes, calling things Yuri is a little homophobic. As a joke, fine, but when you're calling, like, actual gay relationships in media just yaoi or Yuri, it's a problem for me, because yaoi and Yuri is primarily written by straight people for straight people to fetishize gay relationships. So, yes, it's a little offensive when you're going around calling every same-sex relationship yaoi or Yuri, and it's kind of a red flag to me.
told me.
How does that make you feel?
Just angry.
A few moments later.
She believes in me and what we're doing.
But then again, why should we care, the audience? Not that I want forced artificial drama either.
She
Not that I'm
did have a little, she did have an arc questioning it, you just pretended that it went by too fast, even though you're showing, like, 2 different scenes that weren't next to each other. Oh, that's right, it's Canadian Pride Month now, because they have to be, just have to be different than us. She's British, so homophobia is guaranteed. I don't know about that. I mean, British men especially are pretty gay.
interested in a trite fake breakup that we all know is going to be undone before too long. But Vaggy's past is presented as a big deal, yet in execution it's nothing. We're told what an amazing couple they are, yet we're presented with nothing but fan cam fodder to convince us of this.
To think someone as worthless as
fan cam fodder? That's a Lily Orchard-ass take. Like, oh, because people make edits from the show. Obviously things in the show are just there for people to make TikTok edits. No, that's like the Hexed trailer from Disney, where everything is center frame for TikTok edits. What, just because it shows how they got together?
you landed Lilith's little hottie. Congrats on that.
I like this scene because Charlie finds Vaggy, like, bleeding out in an alleyway with her eye torn out, and she's like, oh, she's kind of cute, though. And again, okay, you have a problem with their entire love song. Why? Oh, they're not shown to be a good couple, except in this love song that I'm calling fan service and only existing for TikTok edits. Because I can't take a relationship between 2 women seriously. That's what you're saying. Yeah. It's fucking Zoomer editing, man.
It's the exact same issue Moxie and his wife have. We're told to be invested in what a fantastic romance this is, but
no, at least you're being the same toward a heterosexual couple. So, well, a bisexual man in an opposite sex relationship with a woman, but you know what I mean.
But we can't even finish asking why before it's off to the next thing. Just look at their big romance number in season 2. Yes, it's catchy. Yes, they gave Vaggy an inexplicably thick dumper for this one shot.
Damn, baby, you shit with that thing?
But let's take a step back for a second and look at what's happening here. On paper, it's meant to show how Vaggy is able to ground Charlie, how she can bring her back to Earth when she gets too hyper and upset.
That's enough of the spiral.
That's finally giving us some evidence of why they're such a good team. Very Tweak and Craig. In execution, it's a
Very Tweak and Craig. You fucking compared them to fucking South Park shipping? Are you fucking dead ass right now? Anyway, let's just hear what the rest of her point is. I had to pause on that.
That's some evidence of why they're such a good team. Very Tweak and Craig. In execution, it's a woman being legitimately stressed and upset over stressful and upsetting events, while her partner tells her to just chill out and bang her.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Yeah, that's something couples do. I don't know if you're aware of that. Yeah, but did you forget? Before that, she's hugging Charlie, and Charlie's confiding in her, and it's only when Charlie starts spiraling again that Vaggy interrupts her, and then they have sex, which couples are known to do together. Again, is your problem really just that it's 2 women? I mean, you brought up Millie and Moxie as a bit of a throwaway, but you're really hyper-focused on this for some reason.
Get the fuck up!
If you think that's an unfair reading of the scene, do me a favor. Imagine that Vaggy was a man.
Her depression isn't anything a bit of dick can't fix.
Imagine if Vaggy was a man saying, "Stop spiraling, babe, let's make out and have sex." Why would that be bad? So what if Moxie said that to Millie, would that be bad? Like, what? And Charlie is clearly receptive to the sex. So, why is this a problem? It's like, wow, if you change the genders, it still wouldn't be problematic. GG.
Take that, depression!
We'd absolutely be calling her a sex pest.
No.
Typical Angel. Adam would be proud.
Dick. Anyway, and we fucked.
Adam would be proud. I'm just gonna put the word dick a bunch over this, same-sex female couple, one of which is a lesbian. Yeah, the homophobia is trickling down the walls now, like black inky bitch.
And it was awesome.
It's also indicative of the show's wider problem with same-sex relationships. Like Gorkas at the zoo, it's pointing out how overly cute they are, with sexualization their defining feature. It's what
you called Vaggie and Charlie Yuri at the start of this. And now you're claiming the show that is actually written by gay people, the one that is infantilizing and fetishizing gay relationships. Fuck off. Fuck off. Truff stuff. Is this person's name?
Why the would this work with a straight couple test works so well. It shines a light on the fetishistic objectification that's seeped.
You would see Millie and Moxie doing this! When the realistic bird kissing so you are disgusted by two men making out. And that's the show's problem. You're not even talking about Hazbin Hotel anymore. You're talking about Hell of a Boss. This is a Viv problem on a whole. Oh, is it? Is it, you little fuckface? You know who co-writes Hell of a Boss? Brandon Rogers, who is very, 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 very gay. And you are just delegitimizing all the same-sex relationships. And Vivziepop is bisexual! And people were telling me the writers of Vaggie and Charlie's Song are also bisexual. And women. This is like when people blame Vivziepop for the writing of the shorts when you can see, like, in big bold letters, she's not even the one who fucking wrote it.
It's why the would this work with a straight couple?
So it seems, yeah, see, this seems to be the thing. Like, when it's actually same-sex attracted people writing it, people have a problem. But when it's their little yaois and yuris and gay people depicted by straight creators just in the background holding hands, then it's acceptable. Well, when actually same-sex attracted people are writing it and making the same-sex couples actually sexually into each other, then it's suddenly a fucking problem, huh? You know, I'm so goddamn... You can't tell that... You must be joking. Brandon Rogers is gay. I can't tell. He's too subtle. Yeah, right?
Test works so well. It shines a light on the fetishistic objectification that's seeped into the writing. So it does Charlie's character no favors. Her most important
gay people can't make out or it's too fetishistic. But also, the sex scene between Vaggie and Charlie being metaphorical dancing is also bad in fan service. So gay people just aren't allowed to express our sexuality at all because that offends you, is what I'm hearing.
Relationship in the show is just hollow fan service. A relationship that, while it could have been such an interesting story, especially if seen from the beginning, doesn't grow or develop or face any significant issues. It's also symbolic of
what's wrong with them being an established, stable couple. They do have some fights, you know, sometimes like a normal couple. What's wrong with having a character enter the story in a stable relationship? What's the problem with that?
All Charlie's relationships are shallow fan service. Not always in a thirsty way. They really like to emphasize how cutesy she is.
I still think about that little koala falling over at the zoo.
You're supposed to be laughing at her here. You're supposed to be laughing at how saccharine she is here. Look at Val and Vox's faces. Just suffering while she goes on about, there's a cute little koala at the zoo! This is a joke on Charlie. This is making fun of her personality. Do you think we're supposed to coo and awe over this? No, we're supposed to laugh at it. Because it's a funny foible of hers.
Narratively, the character has no tools to forge interesting dynamics with others. Let's take a look at her second most important relationship, to step away from romance, her dad. Or, as I call him, Boy Charlie.
You consider a box? What is a box? Box.
He's way more airheaded than she is.
Box. That's a funny word. Box.
She obviously gets her airheadedness from him, not Lilith.
Shit. We're told she has daddy issues ad nauseum.
Come place your fate in her inexperienced hands as she tries to work through her daddy issues by fixing you.
So you're taking Alistair passive-aggressively making fun of the hotel idea because they forced him to film a commercial, and he hates any, like, visual recording equipment. and televisions. So you're taking Alistair, like, derisively mocking her as a serious plot point. What is it with the Hellaverse Hatedom and not understanding humor and not understanding that a character can have their own perspective within the narrative and that perspective not being the objective truth within the narrative? Like, basic media literacy. Like, I know COVID made a bunch of kids not able to read, but it can't be this bad.
But when he finally shows up, it's a little awkward.
Hey, Char. No, that's not good.
Oh, this is the first time she's called you. I know writers who use subtitles.
Why would he say this out loud? Do you not talk to yourself? Especially our autistic ADHD king would talk to himself. Like, is it that weird to talk to yourself out loud? I mean, especially when you're panicking. Also, it's a funny scene. He's flipping out because Charlie, his daughter, is calling him for the first time in like 3 fucking years. And he's like, oh god, daughter calling, what do I do, what do I say? You know, like, that's the whole thing that's the shtick he's doing here. Also, Jeremy Jordan is a fucking treasure.
Text, and they're all cowards.
Is that it? Like with Vaggy's Secret History, I'm not campaigning for more angsty daddy issue drama. The Lord knows animation has beat that dead horse into a fine paste.
Okay.
Doing your mom.
So now you're mad that she doesn't have daddy issues? Like fucking Alistair said to make fun of her? And also, what the fuck is this Zoomer goddamn cutaway editing bullshit? Jesus Christ.
Your mom. Doing your mom?
Not funny.
That's just insult.
You know, it's kind of amazing that you're saying the show isn't funny, and then you have all of these horrifically unfunny interjections in your fucking video. Like, dear God.
Did anyone actually like this
joke?
But just like with Vaggy,
like
we're
that
told
joke.
a lot about this relationship, yet the execution is non-existent. Rotten old dad, he's all distant and
Anything in my power is yours for the asking, you just name it.
and he's basically an absent father.
Looks like you could use some help.
An absent father.
From the beginning of hell himself. Yeah, that's her perception, and it's not correct. You know, but then when he does show up, sometimes he does kind of make things worse, like he did in Season 2. You know, so they were getting along, then he does something to upset her, you know, but like, yeah, that was her perception of him because he never called. She said, in Charlie's perspective, Lucifer only calls her when he wants something. But in his perspective, he's staying out of Charlie's way until she calls him, you know, so it's just, they're both just really awkward and haven't been communicating.
Father, and he doesn't
Usually I charge a sacrificial lamb, but you get the family rate.
doesn't care about
Charlie! Oh, it's so good to see you.
Wow, a character says one thing, and then the narrative contradicts that thing she previously believed. Imagine a TV show doing such an amazingly unique thing. Again, what is with this fucking shit of thinking that anything a character says is objectively true in the universe of the narrative? Characters can have their own perspectives. Characters can be mistaken about things. Characters can have misconceptions about their own world. If you would actually pay attention... Again, and Lucifer is kind of like overcompensating, and he is a lot to be around. That's the thing, much like Charlie, he might have good intents, but he's kind of like all over the place and hyperactive and gets fixated on single ideas and doesn't listen to other people. He's even worse about it than her, because he's the actual sin of pride. You know? And that's how pride, is shown in this show, being sort of in your own head and self-focused and just laser-focused on a single idea of yours and not looking at anything around you. That is how pride is depicted in this show, and that, you know, that's true to life, I would say. Most people who are prideful are not evil, you know?
care about
anything in my power.
And look at Charlie's reaction to finding him bloodied and bruised after being held captive by Vox.
Yeah?
Don't go down there! It's a place of pain.
You mean she runs over to help him because she didn't even know he was fucking down there? Nobody knew he was powering the death laser. Nobody knew he was in there. And then he just crawls out of the ground going, "Don't go down there." And she's like, "Dad, what the fuck?" As far as she knows, she yelled at him. He left the hotel. He hasn't been responding to her texts. And the next time she sees him, he's crawling out of a hole in the ground. So, she's definitely a little confused.
Play some paint.
A few moments later.
It is good to see you.
Oh my god, it's a fucking sight gag, or he's just off to the side looking a little fucked up. And she's talking to Pensius, who she's just seen come up on the big screen TV. She hasn't seen Pensius since he went to heaven. So, like, yeah, he's not the focus of this scene. And there's just a little gag off to the side to remind us that he's still there. So? Also, he can't be killed. Wow. How worried does she need to be about him?
You look cuter. Heaven looks really good on you.
Or should I say, the lack of reaction. Damn, this bitch does not care. And after she gets so coddled for her stress,
Why the frown for the last 10,000 years? You're the first one to change this now.
He's her dad. Of course he's gonna be the one doing more comforting to his daughter. Like, are you crazy?
she has no regard for anyone else's feelings, not really. And if you wanted to see her care, well...
Yeah, if it's not a duck or Charlie, he doesn't care. He's prideful. He's the sin of pride. Let's see. This person says, "How am I to assume Charlie loves and cares about her father without a 15-minute scene of her tucking him in and reading him a bedtime story?" And Vivzie says, "We don't devote precious runtime to her kissing his boo-boos. For the record, I adore Lucy. I understand caring about him and wanting eggs. I get it. But he is a very powerful grown-up. He's okay." And LOL, also angst is coming, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, it's just a quick little gag of, oh, he was in the machine... They got rid of the main laser gun part of it, and he crawls out of where he was being kept under it, so we keep track of where he was. And again, it's not like he can fucking die! So... But yes, if it's not a duck, Charlie, or his wife, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't even, like it's like when Vox captures him. I don't think he even remembers who Vox is. Even though he just confronted him the other day and got embarrassed by him, he doesn't seem to remember who Vox even is. Because when Vox shows up, he goes, "Wait a minute, you're not Charlie." And then he sees Alistair and goes, "Red guy?" Like, he doesn't bother to remember anyone's names. He's just a little airhead in his own little world. And I kind of love him for that.
Well, Viv thinks that'd be wasting precious runtime on...
Yeah, Lucifer, you son of a bitch! A few minutes later, Lucifer, who's Vox? Yeah, exactly! His head is up in the clouds!
Seeing boo-boos. Well, there you go. Charlie's relationships are not a priority. The protagonist's relationships are...
What did this have to do with her relationship? Again, they got into a fight because he fucked up trying to confront Vox and ruined her plan. At least from her perspective, he did. He left because he understood that he fucked up, and then she was trying to text him. He wasn't answering his text because he was kidnapped. She had no idea he was kidnapped, and then the next time she sees him, he's crawling out from under the hatch where the fucking death laser was. She has no idea what happened to him in between the last time she saw him and then. You know? But just because she didn't, like, run to him and go, Dad, stay with me, Dad, don't die, Dad! Even though he had no chance of dying, that means her relationships aren't strong? Like, what about the song she had with him in Season 1, or everything in Season 2, and the conflict they had? I mean, you're just skipping all of that because when he crawled out of the laser gun base, he wasn't focused on very much. Because it was the climax of the fucking season. And it wasn't important to focus on him right now. Okay.
Not a priority. Which begs the question, does Charlie deserve to be the protagonist?
Her?
It's fine for a character to be battling the same issues for a while, or to have relationships that are in stasis for a period.
Sorry starts to lose meaning after a while, Charlie.
But we've not seen Charlie grow at all.
And you just show her relationship with Angel Dust being completely shaken up in Season 2. It's okay for her relationships to be static, and then you show a major relationship shakeup in Season 2. What the fuck point are you even trying to make?
2 seasons of just wait and see.
You don't know what I can do, what I'm gonna do, and you don't know. You don't know what I'm gonna be. You don't know how good I have good things, and you don't know it.
Fucking Drawn Together's probably older than you.
I'm gonna be somebody, and don't tell me I'm not.
Isn't a viable excuse. And a character that doesn't grow is not a suitable protagonist. Forgive what might seem like a weird tangent, but it reminds me of Dragon Ball Z. The previous series had starred Goku growing up for a long time. At around the Saiyan saga, Toriyama was getting ready to wrap things up. Having revealed Goku's backstory and had him reach his supposed apex, he realized that the lead had become stagnant. Not as a consequence of bad writing, mind you. The character had just reached the end of his narrative journey.
Well, Goku has always been a flat character. Goku doesn't change. He changes the world around him. That's a flat character arc. Goku stays steadfast in his personal worldview, and nothing in the world changes that, but he does change people around him. That's called a flat character arc, and those are fine. But Charlie doesn't even have a flat character arc. She has been changing and learning. It's just gradual. Because, like, the whole premise of the show is her trying to prove redemption can work and get people into heaven. You know? That's her main goal, so you're saying it's bad that Charlie doesn't abandon her main fucking goal, which is the entire premise of the fucking show?
Journey. On the other hand, characters like Vegeta and Gohan were in more interesting places.
And then what happened to Gohan? And then what happened to Gohan? Go ahead and tell me. He got sidelined. Forever. You don't even know shit about Dragon Ball. Shut up.
Go used to be the strongest, but then I was convincingly beaten many times.
More layered and ripe for potential development than Goku had ever been. So Tori...
You're telling me you don't think Vegeta's a one fucking note character? Well, you said Piccolo. I mean, Piccolo also pretty one note. I mean, after he saves Gohan and becomes a good guy, how much does he actually change? Other than becoming Pan's, like, best babysitter. Which I love, by the way.
Toriyama wisely had Goku start stepping into the back for large swathes of time to allow these... Every time
Goku isn't there, it's because he would solve the problem instantly if he was. The whole Namek saga is just, we need to wait for Goku to get here and finish beating up the bad guys for us. That happens like 3 times during the Namek saga. They all just fight and hold the bad guys off until Goku gets to Namek, until Goku gets out of the healing pod. Every single saga is just like, we need to wait for Goku to show up and solve this. I mean, I love Dragon Ball Z, but come on! Come on!
More suitable leads to take the spotlight, even if his audience never let him permanently retire the character. Charlie is kind of like if we started with Cell Saga Goku, and instead of stepping into the back, he never ever left the spotlight while Vegeta just hung around. Imagine if Z was just super. I think we do have a more suitable...
Imagine if Z was just super, so completely different shows. I wasn't expecting you to be stupid about fucking Dragon Ball Z of all things. Like, one of the most simple fucking things to understand. DBZ is not smart. It's not smart. It's not even that well written. But it's greater than the sum of its parts. It is one of the most influential works in modern history. You know? Which just goes to show something doesn't even have to be well written to be an important, influential piece of work. You know? Try to wrap your head around that one.
Spotlight while Vegeta just hung around. Imagine if Z was...
imagine Vegeta in Angel Dust's outfit. That's a cursed mental image.
It's just super.
Bulma
I think we do have a
it.
more suitable protagonist in the Hazbin main cast, though. Let's contrast Charlie with Angel Dust.
I want the man to be the main character. What? How would this show even work if Angel Dust was the main character. What? The entire show is spent on a fucking porn set with him getting beaten by his pimp? That's the story you want? That's the main plotline you want? An abused prostitute? Just getting beat every day?
Let's put aside their predictably thin relationship, which is just Charlie insisting over and over that she can see the good in him without ever explaining how or why, and also that he should cover up the filthy, filthy slut.
Step 3, dignity! Try dressing more modestly.
This was her desperate attempt to prove redemption and how she's being neglectful of Angel Dust's actual needs. Again, this is a purposeful flaw and a purposefully written mistake she makes. Like, the narrative knows exactly what it's doing.
That's more a Charlie problem anyhow. Angel Dust starts out in the pilot in episode 1 as a hypersexual, drug-addicted, unrepentant degenerate.
I'll have the horniest sinners knocking these walls down to get in.
If Frank Reynolds was a twink.
One of the things I like doing most is banging whores.
But as the show goes on, he gains a little more depth. Not as much as I think he should have by now, and a lot of it happens off screen.
When you see it.
He has a lot of character development. What the fuck? So you want him to be the main character, but you're ignoring his established character development. Like, we start out thinking he's just this flighty, irreverent porn star, and then we find out, like, how terrible his life is and how badly he's trapped in it, and how much this is an act to put on airs that he's alright. You know? Like, it completely subverts your expectations about him. You think he's just gonna be this irreverent, flippant man whore who has no depth to him, and then you find out, like, again, the situation he's in, and it changes your perspective on him completely. At least that's the intent of the writing, you know?
Can you ask her if she's still up for the therapy session today? I'm kinda getting into talking about feelings and junk.
Since when?
I blame the bloated cast of characters, but enough to be more interesting than—
You just flashed inflation art at us, thanks. But yeah, this is also after they did that whole battle and Pentious died. So yeah, maybe that changed his attitude a little bit, you know? You think? Maybe?
Charlie, showing how little it actually takes to flesh a character out, just a bit. As an aside, whilst we're on the topic of Angel, by the way, in Season 2, Episode 3, I was a little—
Oh, you didn't explain how you'd make him the main character. Would he still be staying at the hotel? Would Charlie be involved at all? Or how would you follow Angel Dust as a main character? You need to fucking explain this if you're gonna make that claim. How would you write the show with him as the main character? Would the hotel even be a factor in it? Like, hello? This one's 37 fucking minutes long. We'll have a super break in the middle, I think.
A little taken aback by Charlie not only not caring about bringing Angel's rapists, close associates, into the—
Madlad says, Angel is the Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop of Hazbin. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Faye puts on the airs of being a femme fatale, and she's kind of bad at it, and she's a loser. But then you find out she has a pretty fucked backstory and a pretty fucked situation she's in that does inform why she is the way she is. And, like, the main male characters of Bebop don't take any of her femme fatale shit seriously. It does not work on them, no matter how hot she is. And that's also very funny.
the place he lives.
Why are they here? You're aware those two crazy fucks hang out with my shit-fuck boss, Valentino?
Yeah, they made him say it out fucking loud, and you still don't get that this is the absolute intent of the writing. They said it out fucking loud for you, and you still can't follow it, that this is entirely intentional and a flaw of Charlie's. Oh, God. My head is hurting now, too. Erica said she's gonna turn into a child when her mom comes, not literally, but like she's gonna be a child desperate for her mother's attention and love. Well, we've already seen that, too. With the way she talks about Lilith to Vaggie, and, like, her, in the end, it all boils down to, well, I'm really invested in this hotel idea because I want to further my mom's ideas, and she's been missing for 7 years, and I don't know why, and I feel like maybe it's because of me, you know, and she does have a bit of arrested development. I know she's like thousands of years old, but I see her as like early 20s, you know, that's where I see Charlie kind of mentally, you know? So, yeah, so I could see her regressing, seeing her mom again for the first time in 7 years. That would make a lot of sense, especially for her character. Especially since she's been so stressed and not knowing what to do, and to her, it's like, oh, mom's here. Mom will have all the answers. And I have a feeling she's not going to, you know? I just have a feeling that there's got to be something up with Lilith. And that maybe Lilith's ideas aren't exactly what Charlie has characterized them as over the last 7 years. Because she's kind of very idealistically remembered her mom. You know, and that's easy to do when you haven't seen someone or contacted them at all in a long period of time. You start to smooth out the flaws about them and just kind of see them as like a perfect being in your mind, you know, and that's probably what's happening to her.
And you still let them in here? Charlie, listen to me. I don't know what they promised you, but I'm telling you right now, they are bad fucking news.
But then guilt-tripping him into helping her make her ambitions look good on TV.
But Angel...
Yes, and that's a bad thing she does, and it's part of her character flaws and part of how desperate she is to prove that her ideas work. That is purposefully written that way, and you are supposed to understand this. So why are you acting like it's a flaw of the writing?
Oh, come on, you're the one here closest to getting redeemed! Look.
Despite Vaggie repeatedly, and correctly, telling her what a waste of time that is.
You are hurting the hotel! You're playing his game!
And sure, Angel gets upset with her, but Charlie still winds up the good guy, the cutie patootie in the story. Okay
How?
then. But as much as this—
How? This incident is what makes everybody storm out of the hotel for a while. Angel leaves, Husk leaves, Vaggie and Charlie are fighting. You know, this whole incident, as funny as it is, leads to the second act downturn. You know? So what do you mean she comes out looking like the good guy? She doesn't until she apologizes to Vaggie. This makes her realize that she's been the asshole.
This is very unlikable. Yeah. Being unlikable isn't—
Yeah, Angel doesn't forgive her either. He fucking leaves.
Writing problem, so I'll move on. The bare minimum is not being met with Charlie. Hell, he even has a budding romance with Goliath here that we actually get to see begin.
If anyone was gonna make it up there, it was him. Or maybe—
Gargoyles reference. How old are you? I thought you were a Zoomer, but—
the Angel on a good day.
Oh, them's fucking words, kitty.
Choke.
I'd love to.
Starting from a contentious relationship, to bonding over similar shortcomings, to growing into more.
See you at the hotel tonight, Whiskas.
No.
Yeah, I will.
That's a way better gay relationship than anything else we see. Do this with Charlie and Vaggie, but
they're different types of relationships. Charlie and Vaggie are an established long-term couple, so of course their relationship is going to be different than two people who have just become friends and are kind of feeling more than friends things for each other. Like, they're very early in a potential romance. They might not even ever have one. That ship might sail between the two of them, even though there is a spark there. So they're both at two very different points in a romantic relationship. Like, why do you want Charlie and Vaggie to be fighting all the time?
would you care half as much if the show started with Husk and Angel together, threw cutesy moments of them at you, and just explained at you that they're totally meant for each other?
I saved your fucking life!
Yeah, by jumping in front of a train, you idiot!
They might not even be meant for each other, you know? Not every relationship is meant to last. But, like, okay, but if Angel was the main character, would you still be wanting these scenes? You still haven't explained. Yeah, she called Husker Dust gay, but called Shaggy Yuri. You called the relationship between two women Yuri, but you'll call this other gay relationship actually gay. Yeah, I'm picking up on a few things here from your attitude there, Truff Stuff.
If you pull shit like that again enough, I'll fucking spank you!
What an odd thing to say.
It was an
Thinking about the
ad-lib.
character journeys of Angel Dust and others makes one wonder, why has the writing shackled Charlie like this? Why doesn't our lead get an arc as fleshed out as Angel's attempt at redemption?
I've accepted that
I mean, is this fleshed out him giving up on the very idea? Is that fleshing him out? Like, and again, this is another perspective that challenges Charlie's idea, and that's important to have things that actually challenge the ideas of the protagonist.
Redemption's not really for people like me.
Vox's insecure bid for power.
What did that say?
It's not really for people like me.
He didn't mean 'cause he's gay. We now found out that Sarah in heaven is gay. Vivienne Medrano is bisexual. You're just being retarded.
Vox's insecure bid for power, or Serpentius being marooned in heaven. I'm not saying they're flawless arcs, but they're something. Lots of characters don't get enough screen time to really grow, because there are too many, for one. But to hamstring the protagonist, an interesting concept for a protagonist at that, seems especially egregious, doesn't it? So...
why? You say she's an interesting idea for protagonist, but you don't like how hyperactive and, like, cutesy she can be, even though she's supposed to be a fucking Disney princess in hell. That is the premise of Charlie's character.
Self-inserting. Well, there is at least a
here we
partial
go.
explanation for Charlie's lack of growth. A Muma kill in the room. Okay, so Charlie is clearly very dear to Vivziepop. Really dear. Too dear. In fact, one has to wonder if she isn't a self-insert to some degree.
Oh, she's so dear. We see her fucking up and having character flaws and her ideas being stupid. Yeah, what a precious character to the creator. And again, if she was a fucking Mary Sue, you'd complain about that too, but you strike me as the kind of person who, if you had your own show, you would make your character a Mary Sue self-insert who does no wrong.
No, Deary is technically her self-insert, but when Vivzie says things like, "I've never related to Charlie more from my own personal experience," it suggests a
Yeah, like, you know how this season is all about Charlie being lied about by bad faith actors, broadcasting, like, lies about her and calling her a terrible bad person through many forms of media? You know exactly what happens to fucking Vivienne Medrano on the fucking internet? I wonder why she could relate to that! Wow! Stephen King writes his characters based on his own experiences, but it's okay when he doesn't.
level of personal projection that's evidently getting in the way of good writing. It's fine to commission a likeness of yourself.
I mean, the narrative itself shows that Charlie's ideas are kinda stupid. How does that make her, like, a flawless self-insert? You know?
Pasted into the universe of your favorite franchise for a little doodle, or...
Ooh. Okay, that's a little funny, but, let's see your art. Let's see your art. I'm just curious.
But when you write a self-insert into a full-blown story you're creating, you are diving into a minefield. Self-inserts in Western comics have become an insanely long-running problem.
Wow, so another person who thinks this fucking complex musical television show works like a fucking webcomic. Ugh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
Oh my god, I'm literally intrigued and in awe. God. Let's take the protagonist of I Am Not Starfire as a dreadfully shining example of this.
No, let's not talk about I Am Not Starfire. Let's skip ahead. Or Velma. Let's fucking skip ahead. I don't care about this, and I'm unlimited time.
Though blonde isn't the be-all and end-all of Vivienne Medrano as a person, obviously. You look at Charlie, and you look at Viv, and you look at how upset she got over other people's interpretations of her design, and how fanfiction
Let me see. What is it? This is totally her being upset. I'm sure it's going to be her just, like, raging endlessly and not just saying something completely normal. Let's see. I generally didn't know Charlie was supposed to be a goat. Like, she has little hooves, but otherwise I really dropped the ball there. Wow. So is she a goat or isn't she? I mean, she has hooves because devil and all, but, like, no. Okay, so she's just saying Charlie isn't a goat just because she has little hooves. Because the devil is typically depicted as a satyr-like creature with hooves. So she has hooves. And more than just goats have hooves. Yeah, I Am Not Starfire is an actual self-insert comic, and it's terrible, Go watch, like, Dan Fan or somebody reading it. It's it's a good one to watch somebody read on a stream or something. But, yeah, it's terrible, but, like, this is not that. So, this is her completely freaking out that people don't recognize that Charlie isn't a goat just because she has hooves. Okay, how is this egregious? She seems like she's joking in this first one. She's being very lighthearted.
Of her design and how
blown away by the character discussions post Full Moon, I think it's clear that both Stolas and Blitz have made mistakes in this relationship. There's a lot of show left, so I can't wait for folks to go on this wild ride with us. And what's wrong with that? She accurately stated something about her own plot. You're right, I could read I Am Not Starfire on stream, couldn't I? I've been doing a lot of... I have been editing my, my Dobson stuff recently, and I am gonna go, like, full hog comic dub with the cuts, so you guys can look forward to that.
Fanfiction.net, her relationship with the characters.
My leads have bullied me into admitting he may be my personal favorite. I say he's at least pretty damn close. I love Lou lots, cannot wait till everyone sees him in action. Yeah? She likes a character she created. Oh no! How terrible of her!
It seems to be.
And respectively, we made merch of a canon villain couple, characters that some people do in fact enjoy. We didn't make Husker Dust because they are not a canon couple in the show. This particular sale was focused on couples, only 2 were separate, and it wasn't my choice to not include Angel. Yeah, like Husker Dust, they have that spark of possible romance, but they are not a couple yet. And they may, again, like I said, they may never be a couple. You know, even though they have that spark there. That happens sometimes, you know, you have a thing for somebody, but it just never goes anywhere, and you can even have a thing, like 2 people can even have a thing for each other, but then that ship sails. It's like, yeah, that's life.
And again, you wonder. Like, Charlie doesn't necessarily look too much like the real Vivienne, but you know who she does look like? Vivziepop's own drawing of herself. The common problem with self-insert protags is twofold. I feel that, A, the—
Wow, a self-portrait of her drawn in her own style looks like her style. Amazing.
kind of person who writes themselves as the hero of the story, especially one they intend to sell and produce on a large scale and show to the public, is usually so self-involved that they write their self-insert to stroke their own egos. Aren't they just a great person with the best of intentions, and when you get down to it, everyone's a fool to doubt them, gee whiz, aren't they swell?
But you were just, like, complaining about all of her character flaws that are present in the show, but acting like those are writing problems somehow. So her having flaws is a writing problem, but also you're accusing her of being Vivziepop's self-insert and having no flaws. Even though you just systematically went over all of her flaws, and somehow didn't recognize them as deliberately written into the text. I think you just want to shit on this woman who made successful shows. That are, like, good shows. They're obviously not bogged down by any sort of, like, it's not like fucking Digital Circus episode 9, where it was incredibly well and, like, incredibly self-indulgent. Other people write on the show, other people write the music, and it is a musical. The story is told through the songs. You're another one of these people who doesn't seem to understand that. And it's very solidly written in service of the story it's telling. It's not dictating things to the audience, it's presenting things to the audience via many different characters.
I learned from Charlie.
These kinds of—
So that's just... So you're taken out of context, Pentious relaying what he learned from Charlie to Sarah, which opens her eyes to the possibility of redeeming herself for starting the exterminations. So one character tells another character what he learned from Charlie, and you think that somehow means the narrative is saying she can do no wrong, and every viewer needs to agree with her. Even though this is Pentious's point of view. Again, characters within a story can have their own perspective on things, and that isn't necessarily the objective truth of the world of the narrative. I don't understand how other people don't understand that. I really... Well, Nicole says this reminds you of the first Hatedom stream I did. Well, the first one was kind of a variety like this. I've been focusing on singular people for the other ones because the videos are so fucking long. So I kind of did a collection of kind of shorter ones. Hopefully we'll get through this. It's only 4:30. We're doing pretty well so far, I'd say. Again, I'll take supers at the break here.
Of people also tend to be quirk chunguses in lieu of having a real personality.
And then you show fucking Rich Evans? So it kind of sounds like you don't have a personality outside of, like, bad media takes, so...
The Falcon! Oh god! I gotta play with my Star Wars toys! Oh god!
And B...
You will never be as funny as Rich Evans. I mean, I'll never be as funny as Rich Evans either, but you'll definitely never be as funny as Rich Evans!
Even for a regular person, it hampers your ability to fully engage with and mess with the character you've made, if the character is basically you. It's harder to engage in a detached manner with a character's personality and reaction.
And yet, you've gone over every single one of her character flaws and acted like those are an accident and not deliberately written. And now you're saying she's written as flawless. How the fuck do you do that?
Actions when you've put too much of yourself into them, and it drives you to be both a bit blinkered in some way.
Creators, don't put too much of yourself in a story you're writing. What do you mean?
And overthink in others. Don't get me wrong, there are some fantastic stories where the writer is clearly using the story to break down and examine their own lives. But we're talking classic literature here, where the technique isn't used to be flattering or cutesy. Do you think Death of a Salesman would be as fondly remembered if the story kept telling you what an amazing guy Willy Loman is?
Oliver always thought the
silly demon cartoon is not like classical literature. I am very smart.
Imagine if Dazai's No Longer Human was all about how he wasn't an alcoholic. I can personally attest to this too. In one of my acoustic analysis
So, we get a manga I don't know, and then Susie Carmichael from Rugrats, and then a cat gif. What is this editing? What the fuck is this editing? What are you trying to convey here? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
classes, we had to use this analysis software with some samples of speech. We were told repeatedly, do not collect data from yourselves, you will regret it. So of course, we did, because it was convenient and we were told not to. Ripping apart your own speech was surprising.
Writing is kind of like this high school project I did where they told me not to take samples of my own voice, and then I did, and it was bad because my voice is very annoying. Like, I mean, I have to listen to myself all the time while editing, like, get good, I guess.
Surprisingly tough. Your pitch, speed, capacity to produce certain consonants, every slight lisp or speech impediment, everything and
I mean, I can make my voice do some wacky shit. Everyone on this stream knows that.
more laid bare. It's the kind of thing that makes you very self-conscious, and that was just from an objective scientific test. No message, no story, no introspection really required. Even if I now cringe every time I produce a—
Yeah, so I don't like the sound of my own voice, and this applies to writing somehow. Like, how? How is this analogous to what you're fucking talking about?
Velarized L. L. La. La. L. L. O.
This video would be so much shorter if you didn't have all of these really unfunny interjections.
L. It's worse to do so from a creative angle. To lay yourself bare, put that into a story, and then try to get the audience to feel one way or another about that character, aka you. I believe Charlie being a character Viv sees so much of herself in is contributing to the character being so glazed, stagnant, unchallenged ideologically.
I had to hear the rest of that point, but like, also, like, writers aren't supposed to use their own experiences as inspiration now, I guess? That's bad writing?
AKA you. I believe Charlie being a character Viv sees so much of herself in is contributing to the character being so glazed, stagnant, unchallenged ideologically, and uncriticized in any meaningful way. It's
unchallenged ideologically. In the first season, everyone thinks her idea is stupid. I don't think even Vaggie thinks it's actually going to work, but she wants to support her girlfriend. Everybody thinks her idea is stupid, and it's not going to work. Then Penchus gets to heaven, no one knows how, and in season 2, she has evidence, at least from Emily's word, that redemption is possible. Still no one believes her. Vox is running, like, a propaganda campaign against her. Her relationship with Angel Dust falls apart due to her neglect, and he openly challenges her idea, and even gives up on the concept of redemption, but her ideology is never challenged? What show did you watch? Again, this is just you going, I'm gonna call Vivziepop a bad writer and a self-insert, a bad, mean, awful person. That's really what this fucking comes down to. You know?
It's really only her PR skills and not her thinking that's apparently the problem.
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
Her thinking is always the problem! Like, you keep saying, like, oh, they're trying to make her cutesy, but all those cutesy scenes you show are all scenes making fun of her for her thinking being flawed. You know? Like, what do you mean?
Sure, reaching out to the overlords trying to make you look like a horrible monster is the best idea.
If she filled a mentor role instead, she'd still be boring, but it'd be less of a glaring problem as it is when she's the center of
She does fill a mentor role for Penchus.
Everything. Every time she appears on screen, I think of where else we could be, as an audience. What else could be being done on screen that would be more engaging? Wasted opportunities. I don't like Charlie as a character. Not because I have a-
Yeah, I couldn't fucking tell. You just don't like her as a character. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna take supers. We're at the middle of the video, and we need... Oh, and thank you. Somebody gave me, a tip on stream elements, which I unfortunately do not have an animation for. But they said, Lucifer acts like an idiot. OMG, he's so adorable. I love him. Charlie does something stupid. Call the police. Yeah, right, exactly.
At Casual Pearls sent a super chat.
Uh-oh. Well, thank you. I don't know why it's blank. I hope they're not all blank.
At The Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Usually the male. Had to spell it that way. Showrunners. Cough but Hartman. Deserve it.
Oh, and thank you for buying me a coffee as well.
At Angel Great sent a super chat. Can you one day draw Steven meet Charlie? Sucks.
I should. It would be Teen Steven. I actually like Teen Steven more, but...
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. The surge of pilot stance feels so artificial.
I know, right? Like, actually go by and go back and watch it. It's very unpolished. Yeah, I do. You can give me a Ko-fi and it will do a little animation. I don't know if the sound went off. I think I'm capturing that one, too. Oh, I am, but I'm not monitoring it, so I didn't hear it. No, I am monitoring it. Why didn't it make a sound? It's supposed to make a sound, but yes, I do have a Ko-fi, if you ever want to donate to that. I do appreciate it. I will eventually be opening commissions over there, too, so I'll have a link in my videos when I do.
At Kendall_ sent a super chat. What in the Watch Mojo are we watching?
Number 15. Why Charlie Sucks. I know that's not Watch Mojo, I don't care.
At Hero_Culture sent a super chat. So what I'm hearing is their relationship is portrayed as realistic and healthy. What's the problem here?
That's bad for some reason for
At the
two women to be in a stable relationship.
That's some crazy levels of narcissism where if someone is any levels of inconvenience you cut them from your life without a thought.
Yeah, I know, right?
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Say it with me everybody. Homophobia. I changed my mind. This one's the worst.
Yeah, there is a stank of homophobia every time they bring up gayness or same-sex couples. It's not good.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Calling Charlie and Vaji's relationship purely has the same energy as calling all autistic folks super geniuses. Yeah, I miss me with both of that, thanks.
Yeah.
At Sonic Vegeta sent a super chat. Oh, sigh, you sweat summer child. Yes, they are that bad.
What is that bad? I'm not even sure what that was responding to now.
At Jessel sent a super chat. Maybe the problem is they don't want to admit they don't get the joke. You can't admit you're flawed after all. I mean, being a hypocrite is a great way to get trashed on via the internet.
I do not know. I do not know why so many of these Hazbin Hatedom kitties take all of the jokes so deathly seriously. It's so weird.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Oh no, not another like Lily that hates subtlety.
Lily is just our gauge for media literacy.
At Sharuvi
or
sent
illiteracy.
a super chat. For the entirety of Hell's Greatest Dad, he's just giving Charlie stuff instead of actually listening to her or helping her in a meaningful way.
Yeah. I'll rig the game for you because I'm the ref! Champagne fountains, caviar mountains, that's just a start. Yeah, he is just showing off to her, you know, not really listening. So he does the exact same thing she does. He's not really listening. He's boasting more about what he can do, you know? Again, she gets her pride and her airheadedness from her dad.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. My mental health is really taking a beating with this chick's Johnny Test Hass editing JFC.
Hopefully the next one won't be as bad. Oh, I think it's a guy. I think the next one's a guy we looked at before.
Sent a super chat. NGL Lucifer's goofiness and incoherentness before and after he got captured seemed a little off. I get that he is quirky, but it was amped up quickly.
I can see being a little annoyed by that, yeah.
Sent a super chat. If she thinks that her editing is funny, she needs to shut up, in her opinion.
Yeah, all of her cutaway jokes all have been painfully unfunny.
At its West 777 sent a super chat. Wasn't expecting Dragon Ball LARPing in a Hazbin Hotel stream about Charlie Morningstar.
That was so out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Goku is set to the side during the Namek saga. Is he really? He's only kept out of the story because he solved the problem in 5 fucking seconds. Remember when he shows up to fight the Ginyu Force and immediately just wrecks them all?
At Dino Nuggy 22 sent a super chat. Watching Charlie's flaws is fine, but can we have them resolved soon? I wouldn't like to watch her still have the same issue for 4 seasons personally.
Well, again, it sounds like we're gonna get Lilith next season, and it's going to shake things up a bit, probably, especially for Charlie. So, again, like I'm saying, I have a deep suspicion that Lilith's views are maybe not as idealistic as Charlie has characterized them. You know, she has built this idealistic image of her mother in her head over the last 7 years. You know, and I think that might bite her in the ass next season. I don't know. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting, but we'll see, I guess.
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. She got something wrong about DBC. The entire Mexican community will be on her. La Gringa will regret this. At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Sigh, have you ever considered that characters should either be perfect from the beginning or have every flaw fixed immediately?
I don't know, I don't get this attitude. It's like, no, every character on the screen needs to be acting in the most perfect ideal way as a demonstration of how you in real life should be behaving. We can't just watch characters be the characters they are and interact with each other. You know, like real people would. Real flawed human people would.
At Angel Great sent a super chat. Do you think in S3 the hotel will sell Husk's casino to Val in exchange for Angel Dust's contract? Also, do you believe in the Lilith is Eve theory?
I don't know.
At sent a super chat. Was that blonde hate? Is blonde.
I guess if you're blonde, it's just bad. I don't think Lilith is Eve. I think there's something else going on with her. I'm not buying into this characters or secretly other characters stuff. It's that necklace around her neck. I wonder if it has limited her voice, because it sounds like her songs had power and were what built hell. Like, literally, her voice is what built the shape of hell when she got down there. So, she usually is seen, every other time we've seen Lilith, she's depicted with a string of pearls. But the Lilith we see trapped in heaven as seemingly a prisoner, because, like, it looks like a nice environment. It looks like, almost like she's on vacation, but it's got this subtle coldness to it. And she herself just seems to be going through the motions. And she doesn't have a string of pearls anymore. She has this weird little black necklace around her neck that maybe has, like, a Little Mermaid effect and has, like, taken away her voice. That's my theory right now. But again, I could be completely wrong. We'll see.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. I don't like Charlie, that would have saved everyone's time here. But you had to make that meandering video.
Yeah, right? A 30 fucking minute video.
At Worried Fangirl sent a super chat. Catching stream live while working on a Rosie cosplay tax.
Hey, nice. That sounds awesome. I love Rosie.
At Around, you sent a super chat. I wasn't paying attention to Charlie, so I think her screen time was pointless because I didn't want to engage with her story.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's like, I don't want to engage with her, so I just wrote, and then I'll
At
complain.
Shock Jumping Walrus 6744 sent a super chat. Talk tax. All these squares makes a circle.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
At Sonic Vegeta sent a super chat. I was referring to you asking they can't be this dumb, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
At Kwaisu sent a super chat. Ara attacks in Midori Gorin voice say HBD to me. Short dick emoji.
Ara and say happy birthday?
Yandere Dev, Ara, happy birthday to you!
There, hope that was good.
At Blue Blader Bot sent a super chat. Off topic, but thoughts on Sonic the Hedgehog?
Look, I've been over this before. I might be autistic, but I was never into Sonic. I don't have any problems with Sonic. I was never into it.
At The Master Clockwork sent a super chat. What if my editing had same energy as Family Guy?
It does! Jesus Christ, unfunny cutaway gags all over.
At Blue Blader Bot sent a super chat. Imagine her necklace becomes the Sonic Coup medallion.
It just curses anybody who puts it on. Maybe it might be a curse. I don't know. Like, these characters do go by, like, supernatural entity rules, where they're bound by, like, metaphysical supernatural rules, you know? So it's possible. So anyway, let's get through the rest of the fucking video.
Engaging. Wasted opportunities. I don't like Charlie as a character. Not because I have a problem with her being naive, or believing in redemption, or having a boring girlfriend.
The rest is easy.
Okay, so now they're boring because they're not catty and they're not just falling in love, they're an established couple. Okay. But, like, you are mad about her being naive. You say every time she's naive, it's the show trying to make her cutesy and make her nice and in the right. You have problems with all of her flaws and the very premise of her character. You know?
Oh yeah! But because I think she suffers the most, as the protagonist of Hazbin Hotel, from one of its biggest writing problems, wasted opportunities. Everyone can be redeemed, proudly proclaims Charlie, to the internet's immediate gut reaction of, what, even Hitler?
What? Don't compare me to him!
Oh, she made it! She made the argument, guys! She made the argument! Everybody can be redeemed, even Hitler? According to Christianity, yes! If you have a problem with that, then you might have a problem with the biggest religion in the world! The mythology of which the show is largely based on! Oh my god! And again, that's Charlie's opinion. That does not mean it's the objective truth of the world in the narrative. But yes, anybody can be redeemed if they give their heart over to Jesus Christ. That is the core tenet of the biggest religion in the entire world. That's what you have a problem with. This show is just presenting it, ironically, through the Princess of Hell. Oh, God.
What? Don't compare me to Hitler!
Charlie's belief in redemption is perhaps her biggest wasted
Hitler
opportunity.
is canon,
the notion
guess.
of redeeming oneself has plagued philosophers for centuries. It's a surprisingly common theme of shows nowadays, and it often seems—
Yeah, no shit, this is a question humanity has never answered, and will never answer anytime soon, and this show is not going to answer it for you. What the show is doing is presenting different perspectives on the concept of redemption through different characters. None of which are stating the objective truth of the narrative or the world. Why is this so hard for some people to understand?
seems to be too much for writers to handle. That's not a knock on anyone's intelligence.
Too much for writers? What's wrong with The Good Place? Are you shitting on The Good Place now? I will come for your ass! It gets a little repetitive, but This Good Place is great!
Common theme of shows nowadays, and it often seems to be too much for writers to handle. That's not a knock on anyone's intelligence or anything like that. If you're putting forward the argument that anyone—
It is, because you think you're so much fucking smarter than people who've actually made successful, coherently written shows.
Can be redeemed. A notion I have zero issue with, and fervently believe myself. You have to tackle the icky subject of even the worst of humanity. And it's an interesting topic, damn it.
Use it.
For most, they try to skirt the issue entirely to avoid controversy, or feeling—
How do they skirt it? You're complaining that Charlie says anyone can be redeemed, and now you're complaining the show skirts that issue? How? So you're like mad at both options. And again, here I am an atheist, I think explaining basic Christianity to a fucking Christian. It looks like Steven Universe is also mentioned.
Too uncomfortable themselves. You see, it's okay that Steven Universe forgave Space Stalin, she just didn't know better, and everyone—
you're one of those. You're one of those. Yeah, let's just expect fucking aliens to have human ethics and values. That definitely won't make your show less interesting. That's what's so interesting about the diamonds. They're basically space gods. You know? They don't see other life forms as anywhere near the same level as them. The way I've explained the diamonds, my favorite way to explain the diamonds is, okay, imagine you're playing The Sims. You have all of these tiny little computer people you've made in your image. And they do what you say. But then one day, one of your Sims starts disobeying your orders, no matter how many times you tell them to do a task. And then they start doing things on their own. And then they start infecting the other Sims and making them misbehave. Well, what would your first reaction would be? Your first reaction wouldn't be, maybe this little computer person is an intelligent being like me. No, your first reaction would be, well, let's reset the Sim and see if that fixes it. That's like rejuvenation. Doesn't fix the Sim, it keeps rebelling. So what would you do then? Well, probably delete it, right? From your game, so it doesn't cause any more problems. It would never occur to you that this little computer person you've made is a being of the same intellect and sapience as you. That's the diamonds. The diamonds aren't Stalin. The diamonds aren't Nazis. The diamonds are the Fermi paradox. And also, on another level, they represent the pressures of society that are so much bigger than you, or at least seem so much bigger than you, you know? It's a great thing about gems, the way gems are written in Steven Universe. They work on many allegorical levels, because they're not one-to-one with humans, so they can be multiple allegories all at the same time. They're a very good vehicle for that. You know, but of course people can't understand nuance or jokes or anything these days.
One was fixed in the end anyway.
I've been saying please and thank you.
Oh, good for you! And
again, we're taking a joke completely fucking seriously. Like, it's a joke in the movie. She's like, I've been saying please and thank you even to lower life forms. And Steven goes, what did we talk about? Equal life forms. It's a joke. It's a joke that she still doesn't quite get it.
And how was it?
The Good Place was the worst for this. They want to push the redemption message.
I'm going to kill you. I was not expecting Good Place slander today! How are you so wrong about multiple television shows? We've had Dragon Ball and Steven Universe, and now The Good Place! What are you doing? How can you hate The Good Place? Let's listen to her fucking explanation, I guess.
And how was it?
The Good Place was the worst for this. They want to push the redemption message, but their case study of the worst guy ever was some mildly sexist CEO type.
And my is long.
It comes later in the show, because it's proven the system they use to send people to heaven or hell is incredibly flawed and cannot keep up with modern times. That's more of the point. The show, it's a comedy, first and foremost. First and foremost, it's a comedy. So it's not gonna be going into, oh, even war criminals can be redeemed shit, you know? This is a problem of tone, you know, as well. Why are you expecting this from a show that is tonally primarily a comedy? Good Place, much like Hazbin, is primarily a dark comedy, though it does have some endearing dramatic moments, because all the best comedies have some drama, and all the best dramas have some comedy. That's why you see the two masks, the comedy and tragedy masks, together. They're the two sides of the same coin. Yeah, it's a fucking ABC sitcom. They're not gonna be talking about redeeming Hitler. What is your fucking problem?
And there's a smell and lots of juice.
Even then.
Also, I don't want to give any spoilers for The Good Place. Like, it was a spoiler, a mild spoiler that got me into it, about what The Good Place is at the beginning, but I don't even want to give that away. Please just watch it. It's very funny. And Kristen Bell plays one of the best lovable asshole characters ever. It's great.
Then they couldn't stomach actually redeeming him on screen.
Yeah, it's character, David. What do you mean? Well, they didn't. We still see him in his personal purgatory at the end. He still hasn't been redeemed by the end of the show. We see this guy in his personal purgatory, still not getting it.
Showing him still in the morality boot camp after centuries. What about the murderer's good place?
Well, they're probably also stuck in their own personal purgatory again, you know? But again, the show is a comedy? And then there's Janet over here. She's also hysterical. Everybody in this show is so good.
What about the war criminals and serial rapists? Pretending they—
It's an ABC comedy show. Why would they tackle the topic of serial rapists? What is the matter with you? This is just, I want to nitpick the story instead of buying into the world I'm being shown and buying into the tone of the show. Like, this is the problem, I guess, of the whole, like, treating fictional characters like they're real people thing. Like, it's a show. It's a story. All stories are contrived. Stories have to have a point. And they're not gonna answer every question in the world for you. Like, holy fucking shit.
They don't exist doesn't make the audience forget about them, and it undermines your thesis as you haven't properly engaged.
I don't know about you, but I wasn't sitting there watching The Good Place thinking, you know, what about serial rapists, though? You know, we should really be tackling that when we have, like, Jason here throwing Molotov cocktails because he's from Florida. Spoilers.
This is the same for Hazbin. Yes, redemption is a very simple theme to use when everyone is actually a soft, sad boy inside that'll turn a corner with a hug.
You quit drawing.
Vox, Alistair, any of the overlords. They're all sad, soft boys who could be turned with a hug. And in this season, Angel Dust leaves the hotel and gives up on the idea of redemption, so what the fuck do you mean? You said that you liked that he gave— No, you said him giving up on the idea of redemption was Vivziepop saying gay people deserve to be in hell. But you're asking for her ideas to be ideologically opposed, and they are in Angel Dust. This is her biggest failure so far in the show. What word was I trying to look for? She alienates Angel Dust, and he gives up on redemption. You can't say that's not a massive mistake she made, because it is. She completely mishandled him, and ruined her friendship with him for the time being, and he gave up on redemption completely. So she is being ideologically challenged by someone who was once a close friend.
Hugs? Yeah, mostly.
I noticed you and...
Lady Logan says, are they really making the argument that redemption shouldn't be possible because it means everyone will be redeemed? And yeah, and again, that's a problem you'll have to bring up with fucking Christianity, which isn't a problem for me, because I'm not Christian.
Almost every anecdote with the phrase, needless to say, I had the last laugh.
Yeah, well, you could end some of your chapters.
You haven't had any laughs this entire time. Your jokes are terrible.
With
needles to say.
References, guys, references.
With the
I'm so
audience is
fucking
far
funny.
greater here than in The Good Place or Steven Universe, because Charlie's preaching this in hell. Actual, literal hell.
That's the irony of it, you moron! The irony is she's this goody two-shoes Disney princess who believes in the good in everyone and believes redemption is possible for everybody, and she's the princess of hell. That is the deliberate, funny irony of her character! Ugh!
Hotel is down the street from Cannibal Town. Jeffrey Dahmer was in the pilot. Can he be redeemed, Charlie? You may say that's unfair again, but...
According to Christianity, if he gave his heart to Jesus on his deathbed, yes, he could. So what are you gonna do about it?
It's the entire heart of the show. Redeeming sinners in hell. The worst of the worst. It's why the Hitler joke will not die. Charlie, and Hazbin by extension, doesn't want to answer it. And I do sympathize. Redemption is a message I support.
Well, are you a Christian? Because maybe you can answer this question for me. If Hitler, before he died, sincerely gave his heart over to Jesus, would he be able to go to heaven? I mean, according to Christianity, yes. Yes, he would. And again, that's a problem you have to reconcile. It's not the show's fault.
And I also acknowledge it's one that, especially when tackled properly, draws a lot of anger. Just look at the response the former pope, whose job it is to believe in redemption, received when he said he liked to imagine that hell is empty. But then again...
Okay, so yes, you, again, your problem is with the biggest religion in the world. The show reflecting that question from the real world doesn't mean it is coming down to any one answer in the narrative. It hasn't. It's just presenting that side of the argument in Charlie. God, this is so annoying.
I didn't make a show about this. Charlie just believes in redemption.
No, but are you Christian? That's very important to this argument. Are you Christian? Because if you are, that is literally your belief. Not mine, not the show's, but it is yours if you're Christian.
And golly gee, what luck, all her clients are innocent babies that just need love, like she says.
It starts with sorry.
And again, she's supposed to be naive.
Inside
According to your own religion, if you are Christian, Jeffrey Epstein could have given his soul to Jesus and been redeemed, yes. Yes, yes. Well, I'm being a Reddit atheist right now, but she's annoying me!
Every demon is a rainbow.
Well, I think all Catholics would support the Pope. They kinda have to, but Christians definitely don't. Like, Protestants don't follow the Pope. Only Catholics do. Let's see. Cartoons set in hell. No rapists, no Nazis, no child molesters, no racists. Just loads and loads of homosexuals. What did Vivzie mean by this? Oh, it's almost like gay people, like, kind of relate to the monstrous, the ostracized, the things pushed into the dark and the fringes of society because of how we're treated. You know? It's almost like that's been a common thing in, like, gay media. But, okay. What do you mean, no rapists? Valentino is there. And if they spent the show killing Nazis in hell, like, I'm sure the chuds would complain.
I know you guys fly down just to kill once a year, and it must be annoying to schlep all the way here.
Yeah, and Vox is racist. Vox is racist. Yeah, true. What? Oh, because she said schlep? Because she said schlep, which is a Yiddish word. She's pulling this terrible joke out of her ass, and she's Jewish.
One potentially interesting route to take her character down instead would have been having her grapple with the idea that, while everyone can be redeemed, yes, not everyone will be. They touch on this ever so briefly in Season 2.
She did say can, not will. And then people got mad about it. Just like they got mad at the Pope.
Do you think I could be redeemed?
I believe anyone can be redeemed.
But I don't think it was nearly enough.
Yeah, can be, not will be.
At most, it's a punchline. I believe sinners can be redeemed. And then a sinner calls her a bitch.
Hi, mister.
Go fuck yourself!
Wow, these sinners are rude.
Yeah, again, almost like the Happy Day in Hell song is setting up her character and how no one takes her seriously, and she's a bit delusionally, toxically positive. It's almost like the whole song was there to set up the premise and her character or something. You know how songs in a musical tell the fucking story, and you should actually pay fucking attention to them? Yeah?
Dude, I swear, if you film me going at it with Mr. Fancy Talk Creepy Voice here, you'd be rolling in participants willing to stay at this tacky hotel.
How awkward. Oh, this won't be easy. Look at people like Alistair and Vox, who uses himself as an example in his fake news campaign. One of them was even angling for power in hell before he died.
Allow me to cut to the chase. I wish to eat myself.
Wow, that's a new one. These people are just as capable.
I like how you talk about the humor in this show being bad when none of your fucking jokes have been good so far, and it's just terrible fucking zoomer editing and references that aren't funny. Ironic.
Full of redemption as anyone else in theory, but is it a realistic expectation that they'll choose this, given how they behaved even on Earth, surrounded by more good influences than they are now in—
Obviously it's not. Obviously it's not. Again, the narrative is constantly contradicting Charlie. I don't know how you don't understand that.
Hell, you may hope they do choose redemption, but would you hedge your bets on it? Husk and Alistair both peg Charlie as having this pathological impulse to fix people.
Now that's where you come in, Angel.
What?
Yes?
You've really done it now, princess.
For someone who wants so badly to be the main character in everyone else's fairy tales, wouldn't it just tear her up inside to come to believe that not everyone can be guided to redemption by her? Wouldn't that be a good—
Well, yeah, she is kind of accepting that, too. Gradually. And again, when her mom comes back, she might get even more delusional, and it might rock her world if Lilith doesn't align with how she remembers her, which, again, I am kind of anticipating happening.
Good way to dispel her naive approach to redemption? Like I said, I do believe redemption is possible, but you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. Charlie never has to reckon with that. She could even become disillusioned with sinners, like her father.
Except she completely failed with angel dust, and now he has no faith in redemption? That happened? And he no longer wants to be helped by her? That happened? That's her biggest mistake in the show so far? But you're acting like she's written flawlessly, and I always expected the audience to be on her side. We can't just watch characters be themselves and come to our own conclusions or anything.
I'm stuck here with all these sinners, can't kill them, can't do nothing with them, so I just have to ignore them. They are all mega gross, and not a single one of them has good taste in musical theater.
Okay, hear me out. If we rejig this a bit—
No, your joke was less funny because they were making a reference to him being in The Great Gatsby.
and had her motivation for redeeming souls initially be that she wants to get her chronically depressed dad—
Take that, depression! Shut up!
back into heaven where he belongs by redeeming him, then we could see Charlie having a low point, being that she starts to—
I don't think she imagines she's going to redeem her dad. I mean, for one thing, he's not a sinner. He's a fallen angel. It's a very different creature. Though I have wondered, because Rosie indicates that there is a— well, actually, no, Alistair indicates to Rosie that there is a wider plan going on, but she cuts him off before they discuss it further. So one of my theories is that Rosie and Lilith are trying to unshackle Lucifer's restrictions. That is my theory right now. Again, we'll see if it plays out, but I could be completely wrong. But see, I can do that. Like, I can speculate about a plot, and then when I'm proven wrong, go, oh, okay. Alright, cool. Cool, we'll work with what we have now. Like, at no point does she even imagine, like, her whole thing is to send sinners back up to heaven, so they won't do the exterminations anymore. And now that they've officially agreed to stop the exterminations, now everyone's interested in seeing how the fuck this redemption thing even works. Because we don't know. No one knows. Absolutely no one knows how Penchus got to heaven. No one has any idea. So
to share his pessimism
we may never
about
know.
Sinners and redemption, and that could be really impactful. This could even cause much-needed friction with the inhabitants, who question her motivation when it's not just that she's, really, really—
People have been questioning her the entire show. Like I said, all of season 1, absolutely no one believes her idea is actually going to work. No one does. Not even Lucifer, not even Vaggie, but they just want to help her because they love her.
Be nice, guys. Every story needs an all is lost moment.
The all is lost moment!
For the protagonist. It's not a
You're
stretch
not
that Charlie might
funny!
lose her faith a bit, and not in a quick, quirky outburst as she often does. An actual moment to trip up and self-reflect. When hordes of sinners turn up
Yeah, again, that might happen next season when her mom comes back and her mom isn't like she remembers. Which again is what I'm expecting.
the Hazbin Hotel, all but one of them is totally disinterested in redemption and just wants to see the demon that killed Adam.
Someone get a picture of her stabbing me!
One of the most powerful sinners is a sex trafficking pimp who abuses someone she cares about until he's driven to substances.
If I end up broken, I won't be his favorite toy anymore.
I think he was into substances before even that, to be honest.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Did I mention Cannibal Town? What are you gonna do about them, Charlie?
Sinners made mistakes, sure, but every...
They might not even be sinners. Well, I guess, no, they bleed red blood, but Rosie is probably not a sinner. Rosie seems to be something a little more... ancient. I don't know.
One makes mistakes. How can I bring joy when I now know we are bringing misery to thousands of innocent people?
Innocent souls. Good grief, that's a hard sell in a dimension where Hitler is giving Epstein a rusty venture.
Wrong! The rusty venture is a straight move!
Charlie was born in hell. Does this not occur to her? She can barely get through her I Want song with the number of...
Yeah, she was born in hell, and no, it doesn't occur to her. Because hell is a normal environment to her. She doesn't know any different. She was never human. She was never alive on Earth. She is a supernatural hellborn being.
Skagheads littering the streets. We can't take her drive and life's ambition seriously because she never takes it seriously. Anyway, along those lines, another wasted opportunity...
She does take it seriously, she's just bad at it. And it's kind of a harebrained idea to begin with.
Is the rhythm that could be built by having Charlie try to diagnose these sinners. Take a page from Dr. House MD.
It starts with...
Get over whatever it is and do your job.
Yes!
Yeah, House is definitely a good example of a loving, patient, well-put-together person who is always correct. Yeah, sure.
Have clients whose damning sin needs to be diagnosed before they can even start on any redemption treatment. What exactly landed them in hell? She spends all her time...
Isn't that exactly what we see them doing in Season 2 with the therapy sessions? Like... what?
I'm talking about redemption and getting to heaven, but that's only half the obvious task here. The other half is figuring out how to get to hell. Sometimes it's not super difficult, like with the less easily obviously redeemable sinners we just mentioned. But what about Angel Dust? Vox has to just tell her why Angel Dust is in hell.
You killed your dad, right? At least that's what Val told me.
Or at least why he thinks he is. As we've established, Charlie likes fixing people.
Yeah, it seems like it's sinners don't talk about what might have ended them up there. But Charlie doesn't understand that taboo because she was never human. Like, yeah.
As she tries to work through her daddy issues by fixing you.
And again, you're talking about Alistair making fun of her.
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
Yeah, I know. She also
You don't know anything about fucking writing.
gets super involved in people's lives and wants them to open up with no preamble. In that way, she's a lot like her creator. No.
That one.
All emotional hype.
Yeah, that, again, she's prideful and it's a character flaw. Uh-huh. Yeah. And she probably feels extra obligation toward the sinners of hell because she's the fucking princess. She doesn't really know that her mother and father's status as king and queen of hell is more of a insult than an actual, like, ruling status. You know? But again, this is all she's known, and this is how she was probably raised very sheltered.
Hype moments, but no building a foundation to actually make me feel the hype moment. This diagnosis of the week type structure is perfect for fixing that. I think it makes good downtime, which the show desperately needs. Instead of villain of the week—
So you just want this to be like a series of vignettes of them having therapy talk with sinners, is that what you want? You're probably a Digital Circus fan.
week episodes have a sinner of the week. Charlie and or the rest of the main cast has a new sinner drop by. They, or just Charlie, tried to get to know them. And maybe
that is what she wants. She just wants a series of vignettes of Monster of the Week therapy talk. Monster of the Week shows up and you therapy talk them, and we have a nice little lesson at the end, and then we have a Sailor Says lesson. Is that what you want this show to be? Is that what you're telling me? You want it to just be fucking kid slop because it's animated, is that what you're telling me?
It doesn't end in Ascension to Heaven, but teaches us, or Charlie, something. We learn a bit more about the characters or the world without the
Okay, go watch a fucking preschool show then. If that's what you fucking want. This show is for adults.
Stakes being cranked up to 11 all the time. Or hey, maybe they are sent to heaven only after dying again in hell, thanks to the peace they found whilst staying at the hotel.
We don't know if that's how it works or not. Nobody does. Nobody knows if Pentious had to die first or not. We don't fucking know.
Then could become a whole major turning point in the show's plot. It's not just a fluke, it's not just Pentious. Redemption is more likely than previously thought. But the
yes, that is the question in the show that is not finished yet right now. The serialized show, the serialized story that is not complete yet. That is the question at this point in time. Do you have to die first? You know, what actually puts people in it? What actually made Avengers go to heaven? Nobody fucking knows!
plot. It's not just a fluke, it's not just Pentious. Redemption is more like—
It could be a fluke for all anybody fucking knows. It could be. We don't know. The audience doesn't know. The characters in the story don't know. We don't know yet.
likely than previously thought. But the show would actually have to engage with its premise more to harvest this particular fruit. Like Hell of a Boss dropping everything for bad relationship drama, Hazbin Hotel is way more invested in having a war every season.
Dropping everything what? I mean, they still go on. That's so funny, because people are like, oh, Hell of a Boss just became all about Blitzo and his love interest, who happens to be another man, and that definitely doesn't skew people's opinions. But then when they do go on missions, like the Cherubs episode, people fucking hate that too! On the record, I fucking love the Cherubs episode. I think it's goddamn fucking hilarious. Love that episode. So when they do go on missions, it's bad. But when they focus on the characters, it's also bad. Like, you're just never gonna be happy, so stop watching these shows.
Than the Hazbin Hotel itself. Finally, with all this talk of redemption, an opportunity I don't think has been used properly yet is the fact that Charlie can't be redeemed. She's not dead. She was born in hell. Her advocating for, in theory, every human soul to fully realize their potential as a redeemable soul is to advocate for her to lose all her loved ones. Vaggie, her daddy, if he can be redeemed, Angel—
Vaggie is a fallen angel, so no. Lucifer is also a fallen angel, so no. Sinners are dead humans. Vaggie and Lucifer are not human.
Dust, E, and the rest. There's something beautifully tragic in her ultimate goal being destined to leave her stranded alone in the Pride Ring in an empty hotel. Considering how she wailed over Pentious,
he truly was the best of us.
We can surmise that this is both a difficult thing for her to reckon with and some—
Well, he also died? Like, as far as she knew here, he was dead forever? Like, his soul was extinguished as far as she knew? So yeah, she was crying over him. But, like, she is allowed to go to heaven. She could visit people. Do you remember when her and Vaggie went to heaven? In Season 1? Remember that? Heaven was just closed off during Season 2 because of the threats from fucking Vox.
Something that might not have occurred to her. Maybe she finds her selfish desire to be around friends starts—
It probably hasn't occurred to her, yeah. It probably hasn't.
To overshadow her desire to help them ascend to heaven.
Yeah, Vaggie doesn't even want to go back to heaven! And Carmilla has a similar sentiment to her. She's like, she talks to Vaggie, she's like, you of all people should know what they're like. I also think Carmilla's a fallen angel. I think we're gonna find out that.
Maybe she begins to feel guilty that she's even wishing her friends were still here, because she knows it's good for them to be redeemed, and also to be in the better afterlife.
She can visit them in heaven. She literally can go visit them in heaven. Emily can come make a portal and say, let's go have a day in heaven and see everybody, yay!
life dimension. Again, something.
And
please.
also, there's not going to be an empty pride ring because, again, not everybody can be redeemed. You know, or not everyone will be redeemed, we should say. And there's going to continuously be people dying and spawning in hell. Like, that is going to continue to happen as long as the human race exists. So, like...
I am begging you for a crumb of development. But maybe this all ends up moot. Maybe Charlie can ascend to heaven if she dies. Viv has confirmed that regular Hellborn can't because they're not human souls, but if Charlie is half human, as she is that enough? I find it hard to believe a story that treats Charlie with kid gloves this big would ever finish with a bittersweet ending for her. Season 2 literally climaxed with...
Why not? Like... And again, why do you think she would even want to go to heaven? Hell is where she was born. She doesn't see hell as a bad place in of itself. She doesn't have that view of it. It's her home.
Is half human, as she is that enough? I find it hard to believe a story that treats Charlie with kid gloves this big would ever finish with a bittersweet ending for her. Season 2 literally climaxed with the cast using friendship beams to stop a bomb. This ain't that kind of show. Oh, thank goodness! The rapist is here! That then would raise the
Yeah, she was able to unite all of hell in one moment of cooperation in the way Vox could never. That was the point. And also it's a musical, so of course the ensemble saves the day, just like they did in season 1. Oh god, these people make me so fucking tired. And also, you're saying the show wastes its premise, but you don't even understand the premise. Why would Charlie's goal be to ascend to heaven or to send her dad to heaven? Where are you even getting that from? Like, you don't even understand the premise of the show at all.
Question of whether other half-humans, if there are any, can do that too. But that feels outside the current scope.
I doubt there would be other half-humans because sinners can't reproduce. Lilith is unique because she was literally the first woman ever. So, you know.
Carried away. Let's just deal with the Hazbin story as it is for now. I don't hate Charlie so much that I want to kill her off. Not that she'd do anything if you tried.
I forgive you.
Not enough agency. Speaking of not doing anything.
She fucking kicked Adam's ass. What are you talking about?
The last major problem with Charlie is that she doesn't have enough agency for a protagonist. A common misconception is that the protagonist is da good guy and the antagonist is da bad guy. In reality, the narrative purpose of a protagonist is to be the character who drives the plot forward, with the antagonist serving as a potential foil. It's why there are so many—
Not necessarily. A protagonist can be just dragged through a story. They don't have to do anything to advance it. You can have a passive protagonist. That can work. I'm not saying Charlie is, but you can have a passive protagonist. That can work depending on the story. I'm sorry, I can't make her any faster than this. I have trouble understanding her faster because she talks really fast. I have my own audio processing issues, guys. I'm sorry. So even if it's not too fast for you, it might be too fast for me.
Great stories with evil leads. And no, Blue Sky, that isn't the writer trying to convince you Michael Corleone is the good guy.
I know it was you, Fredo.
You trying to fucking pretend you even understand plot structure after all of this?
You broke my heart.
Charlie seems to fill that role on paper. She does, after all, found the titular hotel to redeem sinners, as well as...
And her idea was always supposed to be stupid.
Any agency.
Girly.
I could have done.
Agency is when you hit people, I guess. Do you see agency only as actual physical actions? Because that's fucking stupid.
No. He's got a point.
She does set up that hotel, which might have been a better place for the story to start, but never mind. No, it's fine. Just start with the Boo Saga, who cares? And the hotel and its redemption philosophy is the whole reason the show exists.
Well, you know how they say that if you're going to write a story, it should be in the most interesting point of the protagonist's life? Why would just starting to set up the hotel be the most interesting point to you? Why would that? Why? I don't get it. They introduced the concept pretty well in the first episode of the actual show. You're showing the pilot right now, but they set it up pretty well.
But she sets up the hotel off-screen, prior to the events of even the pilot, so that doesn't really count when analysing the story that plays out in the show.
Yeah, we drop into the story after she's already set it up and then see the shenanigans she gets into afterward. Yeah, so?
Season 1, Episode 1, she proposes the redemption plan to Heaven, but despite what she thinks, it's not why the next extermination is moved.
Like, going back to Steven Universe, should we have seen Steven's birth at the beginning before dropping in on him at 14 years old? Is that how you think stories should be written? Like, well, if it's set up in the plot but we didn't see the actual beginning of it, it doesn't count, you know? Like, what do you mean?
Stop. She's just a bystanding messenger. She does have some agency in episode 3, where her mercy towards Sir Pentious changes his character arc, but for most of the time, she—
Again, have you not understood that the royal family of hell doesn't really have a lot of actual power? Like, that is a feature of this story. It's in the background, it isn't explicitly told to you, which is maybe why you don't get it. You can only understand things explicitly, like Angel Dust literally walking up to Charlie and saying, "Those guys work with my boss, Charlie! It's bad to have them here!" Is that the only time you can understand something, is when a character actually just fucking says it out loud? You know, like, you can just tell from inference and watching the show and paying attention to the world building that the royal family of hell is not taken seriously at all.
He's just kind of there, which again, as a side character would be fine, but it really isn't engaging for our lead to be so passive. Everything else happens to her, rather than because of her. Angel Dust shows up at the hotel. The exorcists choose to move up their extermination. Sir Pentious was sent by Vox to spy on the hotel. Valentino abuses Angel Dust, and Charlie's just kinda present. Angel Dust stands up to Valentino. She needs Alice's and Rosie's guidance to speak to the souls of Cannibal Town. Cannibal Town.
Well, yeah, because fucking Rosie is the cannibal overlord, and also we find out in Season 2 that Rosie has a deal with Alistair and is in charge of everything he does. So if you go back and look at Season 1 and how pissed off he is to even be helping the hotel, it makes sense. He was forced to do all that stuff by Rosie.
Lucifer is the one who stops Adam, and so on and so on. Her power is being nice.
They stop Adam together. You just cut that out and pretended it didn't happen.
Not being smart. Pentious sings about how everything starts with Charlie. There is some agency. She did forgive Pentious, and I'm not going to pretend that wasn't important. But is that really it? Charlie is just being her perfect, bland, uwu self, passively letting go of his betrayal. Then everything—
How is she perfect? You went over all of her character flaws and acted like those were writing problems, and now you're saying, oh, but she's perfect. No, she has very deliberately written flaws. You just acted like those are storytelling problems and not deliberately there.
Everything else is all him, with the real driving force of his redemption being him, plus the worst character in the show. As a side note, it might be prudent to justify more clearly—
Again, it might not even be the hotel that made Pentious go to heaven. It might just be how Charlie had changed him by being herself. You know, everyone rallies around the hotel for Charlie, because of Charlie and because of who she is, not for the general concept of redemption.
Clearly, why redemption has to take place in the hotel.
They rehab these sinners and cleanse all their souls at my Hazbin Hotel.
Maybe it's marketed as a place—
It doesn't have to! That was just her flawed, stupid idea to get it off the ground!
Is to be separated from the bad influences that prevent you from growing as a person, or a reprieve from the shithole that arises from a dimension—
Yeah, those are two things that would draw people to the hotel. Yes, that's what drew Angel Dust there. He was just crashing there as a reprieve for a while until he started taking it seriously because Charlie had an influence on him. Charlie influences the people around her for the better.
That encourages you to continue in your sin, reinforced by all the sinners around you also giving into their temptations.
Love in a bottle, don't need love when it comes in a bottle, fill it up, la 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 la.
That could be a way to give—
What the hell is your problem with love in a bottle? It's a great anthem about alcoholism.
Charlie a bit more agency. Going back to that diagnosis angle, develop her thinking and approach to sinners, instead of how it is now, just punchlines about how SpongeBob she is. She could poach drug addicts, rescue skinners.
Yes.
Rescue sinners who, although flawed, find themselves in serious shit, like Mimsy.
You old fat bitch! You fat bitch!
and convince them that redemption is the way to finally be free of their troubles, as a means to hook.
I mean, yeah, that is what she's trying to do, but nobody takes her seriously. That's, yeah, that... Ugh.
The hotel could have a floor where addicts get clean, a floor where killers learn empathy, and so on. Maybe conflict arises because they see this as predatory, condescending, and exploitative, something Vox could capitalize.
So really, you just want this to be a Monster of the Week therapy session. That's what you want out of this show. You want a Monster of the Week therapy session. That would suck. Christ.
Just a thought. A protagonist's job is to drive the plot forward. When structuring a story, you need inciting incidents and turning points, which, crucially, should be the fruit of your protagonist's choices. This hasn't been the case in Hazbin Hotel.
What's the inciting incident? She goes to the meeting with Adam, and then Adam moves up the execution, which gives them a ticking clock. Yeah?
Charlie is a background character who is necessary for the establishment of the premise, but not a protagonist. She'd honestly fit better as a side or a mentor role to the real protagonist, Angel Dust. Otherwise, what do we get when a show has—
You have not even explained how you would write this with Angel Dust as a main character. We'd spend most of our time with him high off his ass, drinking, or getting slapped by his pimp. How would you make a story out of that?
As a passive agent as a protagonist, an unfocused, rambling affair where we only see surface glimpses of many stories rather than diving into one that we feel strong attachment to.
We talk for your fucking self.
I wouldn't call myself a fan of Hazbin Hotel, but I'm definitely not a hater either. There's a lot I love about it, a lot I hate.
What the fuck was this whole video?
These conflicting feelings smoosh together, leaving me wanting to like it more than I do. I recognize a lot of potential for stories I think are—
I want to like it, but the internet tells me I have to call Vivienne Medrano a bad person, so I have to go finding problems with it that only expose that I don't actually understand the premise, or narrative, or anything.
Really interesting that they just sidestep or don't engage with for more than an offhand line. That's the heart of the Charlie problem, really. She's just too shallow and too stationary to keep being the main focus of the show. The main creative mind behind the show is too distracted and projects her own self too hard onto Charlie to have a hope of writing her as her own character.
How dare she use her own experiences being harassed on the internet for the plot about Charlie being harassed by Vox's 24-hour propaganda news channel.
Of the creator or how she wishes to be seen. Compounding this, I think it was a mistake making Charlie the protagonist at all if you're not including her conceiving of the hotel as part of the story. Because as the story is, there's not really much room for her—
It is part of the story. We just drop in on her after it's already been built. So what?
to have the agency a protagonist necessarily needs to have. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you for sticking around. If you like that, be sure to check out the rest of my channel. I'll keep all of—
I did not like that. In fact, I did not like that at all. So, I think I'm gonna skip to the last video and have that be the last one, because I just realized this, this other one is that Jesse Golo guy again, and we've already done a video of his. So I think I'll just skip to the last one, for this stream. But I'll let some supers through first.
At Kendall_ sent a super chat. It's funny someone compares this vid to Family Guy because these essays feel like every time Brian pretends he knows how to write books.
You working on a little novel of yours?
At
Working on
Sonic
the last 3
Vegeta
years?
sent a super chat. I personally think anyone can be redeemed, but they have to wanna be redeemed, and it's clear people like Funny Mustache didn't want to regardless if they turn themselves over to Jesus. At It's West 777 sent a super chat. Speaking select emoji, Steven Universe mention, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
Steven Universe mention!
Awesomeness sent a super chat. The good stuff.
Yeah, The Good Stuff in The Good Place. Watch The Good Place. It's so fucking good. It's a great show. It's great.
At Lillian Liquoris sent a super chat. Vox is racist but rushes on a blocks person. Unlike real-life racist people who never fetishize blocks people.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, come on, we remember that line where I was like, you know I can't understand you when you speak that island language, Val. I'm from fucking Florida!
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. My nutcase theory is Al and Rosie are looking for Eve, assuming she's a Lilith tier sinner, but are unaware she's actually in heaven, as loot.
I don't buy the loot is Eve thing either. I do think that Eve is Rue? I don't know if that's her official name or not, the root of all evil, because we see her get the apple and get all spooky. So, you know, and humanity being given the apple is what traditionally brought evil into the world, so I think I don't know where Eve might be, but I think she's probably a powerful demon or something.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. I'm gonna say it. Lork is funnier than Truff.
Oof, that's a big condemnation.
At Worried Fangirl sent a super chat. She seems to think fallen angels are also sinners.
Yeah, that's odd. Like, you don't even understand the fucking premise that you're whining about.
Sent a super chat. This feels a lot like the Stolas hate over Charlie.
I think Stolas gets it worse, but still, yeah, the Charlie slander is hot.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Flawed female character? No. Replace her with man.
That seems to be what most Charlie complaints come down to.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Thanks, Truff, I hate it.
Yeah, thanks, I hate it.
At Jessel sent a super chat. When will these people just realize they could write a fanfic for all this BS?
I know, right? Lady Logan over on on Twitch says, in the Brazilian dub, Valentino says, I'm from the hood, bitch! Yeah, I heard that, like, in the Spanish dubs, it's not that he's speaking a different language, he's just speaking, like, in a more ghetto way. That's a really funny way to localize it, I like that. That's really good. Anyway, so, yeah, we'll watch this last one, how Hazbin Hotel ruined its main protagonist, so maybe we'll save the other Jesse Golo for another day. I don't know what the theme will be for the next Hazbin Hatedom, but I like to spread these out. I think the supers did catch up. I think we're all caught up now. Thank you for your super chats, by the way. I do appreciate it. It helps me do what I do. And you get to be read out on screen in a cute little voice. So here we go. Let's...
Some pretty important cracks that...
I swear I haven't watched this one already. At least I don't think I did. So I'm going to put this one on 1.25. And this is 22 minutes. Hopefully we'll get through it. And then I probably will wrap up because I'm getting very hungry.
Yeah, we'll redeem someone. Right here, right now.
Disgusted at the weak, pitiful failure you've become.
Huh?
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them!
Well, that's one way to put it. Hazbin Hotel, a show that has totally never run into any sort of controversy or criticism, whether it would be actually constructive, or a fabric of internet sloptubers whose content is about as consistent as the Star Wars sequel trilogy.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Regardless of the less than civil online space, I'm actually quite a big fan of this show, and I think the show has improved in a lot of areas in its second season. The show's overall premise is starting to be more fleshed out in more interesting ways. A lot of characters who I didn't really care for at first have grown significantly and have now become some of my favorites in this show. And man, I know it's been said like a billion times at this point, but Vox truly is the best villain to come out of this entire franchise and easily the best part of the show. However, while
Vox Stan, of course. I mean, I also love Vox. I love Vox as a villain. He was very fun in Season 2, and he was the standout, but a lot of people who don't understand Charlie seem to just hyper-focus on him and act like it's the Vox show.
Did you prefer Season 2 over its predecessor? If I had to judge this show objectively, I'd say the show has overall gotten a bit worse. Because while the show's highs are undeniably astonishing, its lows are equally as frustrating and infuriating and drag my enjoyment of it.
You're saying Fall Out Boy's big moment is bad? Let's hear this.
Down significantly. And throughout all the crap, if you saw the thumbnail and title of this video, you'd know that there's one particular character that frustrates me to no end, with her being one of the major parts why I can't actually call this season better than the first. A character who's supposed to be one of the show's standouts, but feels like she's constantly bastardized by the writers to become an intolerable piece of living shit. You know it by this point, it's a video about Charlie. This character is really fascinating to me. For what's supposed to be the show's main protagonist, you'd think she'd be one of the best written characters in the entire show and have some of the best growth out of the entire cast. Be someone who the audience constantly roots and cares for, and have them constantly invested in the story you want to tell. However, it feels like the series constantly fumbles the bag with her, whether it would be how underutilized she is, or her inconsistent characterization throughout the runtime. It's really annoying how mishandled this character was all throughout the show. However, before we can actually discuss this character's downfall, we need to know, who is Charlie Morningstar? Well, she's the princess of hell and the daughter of the fallen angel Lucifer. She, after her mother's disappearance, decides to open the Hazbin Hotel in order to try and save sinners from the yearly exterminations by redeeming and getting them into heaven. However, her immaturity and parenthood issues are significant character flaws that leave room for her growth in the future. From that idea alone, there's a lot of potential for this character to turn into something special. However, it feels like the longer the show goes on, the worse this character gets.
Yeah, it's like she isn't already something special. The ditzy, positive Disney princess of hell. That's already on its face a very funny idea.
As any sign of doing something great with her is immediately swept under the rug. So that's what I'm here to discuss today. I'm here to explain why I think she was ruined and what led to her becoming one of the most painfully mid characters in the entire show. She's far from the only major character to have been derailed, but I feel like other people have already covered those topics way better than I honestly
referencing Pink King, that's a good sign.
could. With that said, there's a lot to say about this one, and it's something I've been dreading to talk about ever since the season wrapped up a couple months ago. So with that in mind, on with the video.
At least you watched the whole thing on the Alpha J show. Ah, it's loud!
Let's start by saying how this
I know I'm not one to talk, but balance your fucking audio!
started out back in season 1 before discussing the downward spiral later on. Contrary to what you may think, I thought Charlie was handled pretty decently back in season 1. Not great by any means, but I saw a pretty solid foundation to build upon later on. Firstly, I like that at the start of the show, they made Charlie come across as childish but not inherently stupid. It makes sense that someone like her, raised her entire life outside of Hell's regular society, would be over-optimistic.
She's a little stupid, but so is everyone in the show. Again, a lot of the humor comes from the characters as being kind of stupid sometimes.
With her having to learn that the concept of redemption will be a lot more complicated and gray than she might have initially thought. However, the reason why it works here pretty well is because she's actually aware of not pushing things too far, and whenever she actually does, the show makes her aware of the fact and makes her actually grow as a character. Like say, when her showing up to defend Angel caused him to get beat up by Val, she actually understood the harm she put him in and promised.
Another person, another fucking man saying that it's Charlie's fault that Valentino beat Angel Dusk. Again, we are characterizing violent men as just forces of nature who are not responsible or accountable for their actions, and their violent actions are not like a deliberate choice on their part. Woman's fault that man beat up someone else. Of course.
Promised him he wouldn't push his boundaries again, evident by how she's willing to give Angel space after the abuse taken by Val. She felt like a character with flaws that were being addressed and that grew throughout the course of the season. She also wasn't treated like a bumbling idiot, with her being put in challenging situations that were
She wasn't being treated like a bumbling idiot here where you're showing her with her crayon drawings and her cue cards talking to Adam? Yeah, she kinda is portrayed as a bumbling idiot a lot of the time, because she kinda is.
Also wasn't treated like a bumbling idiot, with her being put in challenging situations that were outside of her control. She didn't constantly make herself look like a fool just so that the villains would actually have a way to get the upper hand. Again, she was a naive child, but not stupid. I also like that she
made herself look like a fool when a bunch of malicious people were constantly spreading misinformation about her and didn't care about what's right or wrong. It's her fault for being earnest and having for being earnest and not duplicitous, being manipulated by duplicitous people. That's her fault. Of course. Yeah, okay.
tried to do her job at the hotel.
So, do you blame people for getting bullied, too? Like, if your kid came home saying, like, 5 kids jumped them and beat them up, you say, well, what did you do to deserve that? Would you say that?
Redeem sinners. She actually took the time to try and redeem Serpentius. She had trust exercises. She actually somewhat interacted with the hotel guests. It felt like to some extent she was actually trying to accomplish her main goal, which in turn made us care for her. That said, while I do have my fair share of praises for season 1 Charlie,
I mean, I cheer for her for trying, but I too have thought her idea is naive and stupid, as it's supposed to be, but that kind of makes her endearing at the same time, you know?
Are some pretty important cracks that would be detrimental to the character going forward. For starters, I want to say that there's a lot of questionable writing when it comes to her relationships, particularly her relationship with Vaggie. It feels
can't wait to hear a band now also be homophobic about their relationship. That's gonna be great.
Like a lot of the time, the show will only be concerned with holding Vaggie accountable or having Vaggie do X thing for Charlie. But when it comes to turn the tides, we never actually see Charlie ever listen. She doesn't listen.
Well, except that big scene where she apologizes to Vaggie and gives her a cake that the pig sat on. But, like, Vaggie is also a former soldier, So, of course, her general approach to things is kind of being in service to Charlie. And that might also be kind of a flaw of hers, too, but she's a fucking military person. Of course it's gonna be, like, her approach to things, you know?
Brings in Vaggie when she doesn't want to go to heaven. She brings in the puppy eyes to let her pensions.
Well, she doesn't know Vaggie's a fallen angel at that point, so she doesn't know why Vaggie is kind of like, no, let's not go to heaven, they're kind of bad.
Then after causing an insane amount of destruction 5 minutes prior. Or letting Alistair in back in the pilot even if they're both aware of the danger he poses.
The pilot doesn't fucking count. It's
kind
pilot.
of annoying to see how she really never tried to actually follow her advice, and as a result,
pilots aren't always episode 1, even though that's common these days.
it gives you the impression she doesn't really value Vaggie all that much. The show never bothers to address this, and unfortunately this problem becomes even worse in the future. Speaking of her not valuing her relationships, I find it really weird how Charlie defended Alistair in episode 5 by telling her dad how he's defending the hotel for her, and in literally 2 episodes.
Look at her fucking face there. She is clearly not being entirely sincere when she's making excuses for him. She's like, well, he's helping, and Lucifer's giving her this smug look like, yeah, see, sinners suck, I was right. You know, like, again, she is not, like, even completely on board with what she's saying. You know?
And then literally 2 episodes later, she calls him a selfish piece of living shit that never once does anything good for the hotel.
Well, like, that's, like, after a lot of plot happens, so...
Be a bit more sadistic than I hoped, but he's doing...
Also, she was trying to prove to her dad that sinners are worth saving. She was trying to win an argument with her father here, who just told her sinners suck and are unredeemable. So yeah, she was making excuses for Alistair at this point, because she is trying to convince her father, who is completely unconvinced that sinners are worth a damn.
It for me. How come he can have faith in me, but my own father can't?
A few moments later.
Oh, fuck you, Alistair. All you do is stand there smiling while you watch us struggle and fail.
However, this issue is less...
Wasn't that after she, like, found out Vaggie's a fallen angel and she's having a little disillusionment? You know, like, wow, people act differently when they're in different moods and after different things happen to them. Amazing.
Frustrating compared to the first time when this character kind of pissed me off, which is in the finale. So after a number where Charlie proclaims she's finally ready to lead hell in the fight against the Exorcist to defend her people, during the battle we have Vaggie remind Charlie that she's fighting the angels to defend her home. I am not kidding.
Sorry.
Now's not the time for that, babe.
No, right.
That's not even what she said. She was just reminding Charlie not to apologize every time she hits somebody in a fight. It's a joke. Yeah, a few moments later. You mean a few episodes later? Exactly. You gotta love these. It's like these people were showing, like, Blitzo yelling at Stolas when they broke up. Like, you gonna treat me like one of your little butler imps? And they go later and they cut to him saying, breakfast is ready. And it's like, okay, what happened in between that? Stolas, like, burst into the trial where Blitzo was gonna be executed and saved his life to his own detriment. So yeah, a lot of things changed between those 2 conversations.
This issue is even worse when you consider the fact that for all season she'd been hyped up with her demon form, how strong and dangerous she could become while using it, only for her to get her ass whooped by Adam without even a real fight. Like, I know people shit on Alistair for being a fraud in the final battle, but at the very least he held his ground a lot better than the—
Pink King Watcher! Pink King Watcher! Shame! Shame!
embarrassing performance of the main character that was carried by her dad, who basically did all the work for her. This would unfortunately set a pattern that would be detrimental to the protagonist, always having a moment that signals growth for the character but constantly failing to follow things up in a satisfying way, and at times even ruining whatever build-up might have been until then. But in spite of my issues regarding the finale and her dynamics, I still thought Charlie was pretty solid in the first season. There are some disappointing bits, but overall I thought that these issues could be addressed and potentially turn her into one of the show's greatest standouts. Unfortunately—
And let me guess, when Season 2 showed her character flaws exacerbated by stress, You somehow thought that was character regression and not just an expression of the flaws she's always had.
As we all know, that is not what happened.
Yeah, how
Well, here we are.
How's your fucking audio?
Most likely clicked on this video for me to rant about how the show assassinated its main protagonist. And good God, there's a lot to talk about, so here it goes.
Really?
Firstly, I want to analyze how Charlie was turned from a naive but good-hearted being into an incompetent moron that can't do literally anything without someone holding her by her hand. It's frustrating to watch because the show wants you to treat the V's as being masterminds that always outsmart the main cast, but that's
We're supposed to see the V's as masterminds? Did you even listen to when we get up there? They had no plan! Fox's plan is literally line goes up and then I'm gone. The V's are morons! What do you mean? They're basically Team Rocket! Masterminds. We just need to cut to Valentino going, I know you won't believe this, but I don't understand. Oh, God.
really hard to buy when you write the protagonist as a bumbling idiot who's only like this to make the villains gain the upper hand. Vox wouldn't have been able to gain the influence that he did if Charlie hadn't been turned into a literal plot device to keep the plot going. We have Charlie inviting the V's into the hotel in spite of having no proof that redemption works, and
why does she do that? Because Vox is spreading propaganda and lies about her, and she naively thinks if she can prove to everyone on TV that redemption is possible, she'll prove him wrong and everyone will stop laughing at her and will start taking her ideas seriously. Of course it wasn't going to work, but this is how Charlie approaches problems. She thinks if she just earnestly tells the pure truth, everyone will realize it and have an epiphany and be like, yes, Charlie, we agree, your ideas are brilliant, you know? And obviously that was never going to happen.
then her going to the V's news station thinking that they can't possibly twist her words, even though that's what happened.
I don't think she realized that Vox is in control of the media as well. She thought she could get the upper hand on Vox by going to the news to tell the truth, not knowing that the news was in his pocket already. Yeah, she's a naive, slightly stupid person being manipulated by a bunch of evil, bad faith actors who only have her downfall in mind. And it's like, and that's her fault somehow? That evil people are doing this to her?
In the little prior episode. Not to mention, this is made even worse if you take the pilot as canon, as Charlie of all people should know by now that Katie Killjoy is a cunt that will make her look like a clown. Again, where's the—
Again, a pilot is a pilot. It is not episode 1. No, that's— oh, the Princess Tutu video is real. It's not news I needed right now. Lily Orchard, I think, is making another text-to-speech parody, this time about Princess fucking Tutu, which I'd have to rewatch it before tackling that, but, you know, we'll see.
The development, guys! Some may try to defend Charlie by arguing this is a character flaw, that she's being prideful and growing more desperate as the season goes on.
Yes! Yes! It is a character flaw! She is being prideful and growing more desperate as the season goes on! Yes! She is not reacting to all of the stress and scrutiny very well. Yes! That is exactly precisely what is happening in the text of the show. Why is that a problem?
However, this doesn't really work as up until episode 3, Vox hadn't really been much of a threat to justify her becoming like this. What he should have—
he was spreading propaganda around her about her from the first fucking episode. No, I know there's this scene in episode 1, but it's not enough to justify Charlie growing desperate. He was sending blimps around calling her a tyrant. You know, and then the news was reinforcing his propaganda about her. She had no fucking chance against this. But she made the mistake of trying to counter their narrative instead of just ignoring them.
What you should have done is first have her try to clear the hotel's name on the news, but have her be told she won't do it on channel 666 before coming to the realization that she'd been fooled. Then, after
Is there any news channel besides channel 666? I don't think there is.
that whole mess, we have Emily telling Charlie that Pinches had been redeemed, and amidst all the excitement, Vox mysteriously comes to the hotel for an investigation. It would make much more sense now to grow desperate, as after the prior event, all of hell would now be overwhelmingly on Vox's side.
Why would she allow Vox into the hotel if he just showed up? She specifically invited him to try to get one over on him by having him film her proving redemption, and then she'd prove it to all of hell and prove him wrong and prove herself right. That was her plan. It was a stupid plan, like most of her plans. But that's what she did, and it is in character for her.
And she wouldn't come off as stupid, but rather as just naive and overwhelmed. It would also better build up the angel twist as the
Oh, so instead of looking stupid, she'd just look naive and overwhelmed. Do you think there's a difference to a lot of these wicked people? Do you think that they care? There's a difference between her being naive and overwhelmed and her being stupid? They don't give a shit. All Vox cared about was making her look bad and discrediting her.
The audience now questions how Vox was able to show up at the perfect time at the hotel. Another issue present with Charlie this season is the fact that she herself doesn't really do her job or try to redeem sinners anymore. It's mostly just Vaggie that has to do all the hard work because Charlie's too busy being a clown all throughout hell.
Yeah, and that's why she eventually apologizes to Vaggie and makes her the hotel manager. and demotes herself to just counselor. She learns a lesson from that.
She barely even interacts with the sinners anymore. We all know of the moment in the finale where she sees Rooster, one of the hotel's guests, and doesn't know who he is, even though he's been there the entire time.
That was a joke! It wasn't even a very funny joke. That's like my least favorite joke in the show, but it was a joke. This guy is just in the background the entire season. And by the end, he's like, yeah, let's go win the day. And Charlie's like, who's that? And Vaggie's like, that's Rooster. He's been here the whole time. And they're like, you really want to come fight with us? And he goes, no, that's too scary. And then, yeah, it's not a great joke, but it is a joke. I didn't find it very funny, but it is a joke. But again, these people, these Hazbin Hatedom people, treating jokes as like a deathly serious plot point. Why do you do this? Would you do this to any other show, or are you just being hypercritical because Vivziepop bad? Oh, I just noticed this person only has 500 subscribers, but the video has 120k views, so I think that's kosher.
Or the fact that she just shows a complete lack of care for the sinners, even though the literal reason why she made the hotel in the first place was to save them.
She's too distracted defending her own reputation, and yes, that is a deliberate character flaw that the show knows is a character flaw and is writing deliberately.
Emily has to literally tell Charlie that they have to save her people. Not only that, but Emily, not Charlie.
No. Charlie is worried about the laser and how to stop the laser, and Emily reminds her, let's just go save as many people as we can, because we can't do anything about that right now. That's what that exchange was.
Is the first one to try and stop the weapon from overloading. Like, hello? Didn't you love your—
Yeah, it's very important that Emily is the first one to do that, because she's from heaven. So everyone seeing an angel being willing to risk her own life to save sinners is important, and then Charlie is the one who first joins her and bolsters her, and then one by one other people join them. It's an important fucking scene!
Emily, not Charlie, is the first one to try and stop the weapon from overloading. Like, hello? Didn't you love your people and would do anything to save them? Why would you show so much lack of care? It makes it really easy for you to root for the villains of the show when your main character is shown to be such an unlikable, selfish brat. But before we move on, can I just bring up how—
So you're rooting for the people that are slandering someone's reputation who is trying to redeem sinners, and then you're getting mad at the person who is actually trying to redeem sinners for not having the best reaction to having her reputation slandered all over hell? Yeah?
How Emily has basically become the bear Charlie in almost every way. She's shown to be naive but caring. She's the one who steps up to save Hell Sid.
She's far more naive than even Charlie, though. I mean, she's the one whose idea to apologize for genocide was bringing gift baskets, but you're not complaining about that for some reason.
Isn't she's the one to go above and beyond for people that are from a completely different realm than she is? She's everything that the main protagonist of the story should be. But I guess the writers are just so obsessed with...
The two of them are parallels to each other. She's basically the heaven version of Charlie.
Simping over Vox that it doesn't matter that it comes at the expense of what's supposed to be the show's most crucial part. However, even...
Do you remember the part where Vaggie grabs Charlie by the shoulders and says, "Charlie, you are hurting the hotel"? It's almost like the show knows this, and it's written that way on purpose, and it's a deliberate character flaw of Charlie's. And this is the thing she has to learn from in this season. It's almost like she is having fucking character growth or something.
That is nothing compared to what annoys me most about this character this season, that being the way she treats her relationships and just how much she seems to come off as a selfish brat. I'll start out with the positives before...
And again, she is supposed to have fucked up with angel dust, and that's a bad thing.
The negatives, as I do feel like everything should be acknowledged. I want to start by saying I think Shaggy improved quite a lot this season. I like that the show finally addressed the problem of Charlie never listening and somewhat calls her out for her behavior. I also like that the show is focused on Charlie apologizing to Vaggie and that
And also, it shows that their relationship is strong and trusting enough that Charlie can, Vaggie can just be straight with her and look her in the eye and say, "Charlie, you are the one causing damage here."
Everything is followed by pretty sweet reconciliation. However, while this moment had the potential to fix the character, it ultimately failed because of two reasons. One, the show didn't actually give Charlie enough time to face some consequences on a deeper level, and two, she still doesn't improve in the finale, where she still goes...
The consequences are the hotel being neglected and angel dust being neglected. Those are the consequences of her actions. She completely destroys her friendship with Angel Dust this season. That is a consequence, is it not?
To the party, even if Vaggie tells her it's a bad idea, and the justification of there being no other choice is pretty stupid when you consider the fact that he could have shown pinches by either bringing him into hell or through a hologram like the one in the
If she didn't go there, everyone would have died.
Heaven Embassy. There's no growth and I'm tired of her just apologizing and crying, but not bothering to improve any further. Speaking of crying but not improving, the way she treated Angel Dust is nothing short of disgusting. You bitch very well know the struggles he's going through with Val, and was even on...
She only has seen a tiny sliver, but also, like I said, her wrecking her friendship with Angel Dust with her neglect and her self-focus is a consequence of her actions this season. You're trying to say there's no consequence, and now you're talking about the very consequence.
On the brink of beating the shit out of the abuser.
Now, what did he say about Pensius? I think I missed it. Did he say she should talk to Pensius? Because, yeah, Pensius can't fucking leave heaven. I don't know, I missed it.
Further, speaking of crying but not improving, the way she treated Angel Dust is nothing short of disgusting. You bitch very well know the struggles he's going through with Val, and was even on the brink of beating the shit out of the abuser at one point, but then go on to invite his buddies in, and then put his life on the line in some insane stunt. You swore you'd never put him in any...
And as a consequence... their friendship is fractured, and he leaves the hotel, and gives up on redemption entirely. That is consequences.
Angel like in Masquerade again, and you still pull shit like this. And what's even more frustrating, this is never brought up again, so she never suffers any sort of consequences whatsoever. And with that...
It's never brought up again. Angel's emotional climax is with Husk and Cherry Bomb, sure. But the narrative does bring it up again, just not in front of Charlie, yeah, but it's not neglected by the narrative.
Dad, it's also crazy how you only really care for your friends whenever the fuck you feel like it. Like when you saw Alistair captured but didn't say jack shit, and only in the next episode you're actually concerned about him. And so, this leads us to the ruined relationship that angered me the most, that being with her dad Lucifer. Oh boy, here we go. I love Lucifer. He's my favorite character in the entire show.
Man character was yelled at by female character, so I'm going to hate her for that, is where I'm predicting this is going.
Not only because he's such a lovable, goofy ball of sunshine.
Oh, and hey, I'm Emma in chat says, she invited a reporter, but Vox invited himself. Actually, I think, yeah, it's a good point. I forgot about that. Maybe I should have rewatched the show. But, yeah, she didn't kick him out immediately, of course, which is something you could criticize her for. But, like, again, people act like this isn't written deliberately to be a character flaw and a mistake she's making.
but also due to his grounded and emotional nature. He's a fallen angel that lost his way and will of creation.
Grounded? I'd call Lucifer a lot of things, but grounded is not one of them.
Spiraling into depression and loneliness for millennia to come. However, throughout the crap, there was always one thing he valued most in his life, that being his daughter Charlie, his shining star that he wanted to fight for more than anything else, even going as far as letting the extermination happen to protect her. However, after years of separation, he finally found you.
We don't know. No. All Adam said was Hellborns are exempt from the exterminations. Because of Lucifer. Nothing about him allowing them or anything.
Purpose in his.
And again, the exterminations are probably have something to do with Lilith, because she's been missing for 7 years. The exterminations have been going on for 7 years. After the exterminations are officially declared over, suddenly Lilith can call Charlie. I think she's been prevented from calling Charlie. I don't think she is allowed to answer the phone, but she's still looking at all the messages she's been sent. So, it's interesting.
Life through helping Charlie realize her dream and doing everything in his power to see his daughter reignite the spark he once had. Despite how rushed it all was, I loved Lucifer's character.
Well, except, no, he wants to help his daughter because she's his daughter, but he doesn't believe sinners can actually be saved. He hates them still.
Arc back in season 1, with more than anything being such an incredibly emotional and powerful sequence, and from that point on, we keep seeing Lucifer do everything in his power to support Charlie in her dream. Now, after the way her dad has redeemed himself and supported her, you'd think Charlie would actually somewhat value him to some extent, right? Right?
She does.
No, instead she cuts him out of his life, saying how much he fucked things up for her, even if—
And why? Is it because he went and threatened Vox? He went and threatened Vox, which fucked up her plans for peace, and that's why she got mad at him? And he also, in doing that, ended up proving to all of hell he can't actually do anything to sinners? Which is also kind of bad?
he'd done nothing but support her up until that point. You'd think that after such a powerful reconciliation, Charlie would actually love her that.
Again, you're just acting like she cut him out. She like asked him to leave for absolutely no reason. Yeah, they went years without talking before season 1, then he came back into her life, and things seemed to be going good. I mean, she even says on the phone, on the message she leaves for Lilith, Dad's not as bad as, you know, as I think, or as I thought, or as he seemed to be. And then, he does the thing where he goes and threatens Vox. Right before Charlie's gotta bring the angels in to convince the crowd that heaven doesn't want to kill them anymore. So that interferes with her plans, and that's why she gets mad at him. For putting on this big showboat of being the king of hell.
Or value his support, but no! You can't even do that, right? Because any sort of development for this character is non-existent! Then, in the finale, after we're
Except her kicking her dad out is development. It's a change in their relationship.
supposed to believe how much Charlie has improved. After the piss power of friendship, Charlie barely even looks at Lucifer after the insane amount of torture he'd been through, and does—
He's immortal, and that wasn't gonna kill him, and he's fine. Look at him, he's okay. But, like, he's also not the focus of the scene. It was during the climax. He's not important to the climax, so we only see a couple of seconds of him to assess where he is and that he's alive.
Doesn't even bother.
Because otherwise, if he didn't have him in the scene at all, people might assume he got blown up with the laser gun.
To help the guy when we see him falling from the pain he took. No emotion.
Oh my god, it's a tiny visual gag. Why do you people take little tiny gags as deathly serious plot points?
Reconciliation. No scene of her apologizing to her dad. Nothing. She doesn't give two fucks about him. Writers! What the fuck? You had to ruin this too! You make me feel like a fucking idiot for actually caring.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be back in her life in the next season. You know, after all that, she did regret. You forgot the part where she did regret kicking him out? And was trying to text him, and he wasn't texting back because he was kidnapped? And she didn't know that? So as far as she knew, Lucifer was ghosting her when she was trying to apologize to him. So she did regret it and did try to apologize. So, you just ignored that part?
caring for these guys or any sort of relationship she might have had.
Well, see, he's doing the I can't wake up my parents scream.
Because Charlie is a selfish brat that cares about no one but herself. And so, you'd saw my point, Lucy, it's a nothing more but the writer's punching bag. And so, this leads us to the culmination of everything.
I mean, Lucifer has been nothing but like a comic relief punching bag the entire show. Why are you surprised? I mean, that's kind of why he's popular.
And the biggest problem with Charlie, the writers always set her up to have growth and development, but at the very last second, always manage to fuck everything up and make everything up until that point feel completely worthless. Charlie cannot evolve. It's always brushed aside and never brought up again. They built something—
I mean, sure, it seems that way when you just cut out entire scenes and pretend they don't exist, I suppose. You know, which is what a lot of these bad faith reviewers do. Oh, God.
Up for her that the writers never fully commit to, or they just put the blame on someone else because Charlie can never take any sort of accountability for her actions.
No! All of this falling apart is on you! You had a good—
Fuck you. You don't get to have a mic speed. You and your pride and your ego. No, wait, I got a mic rant for you. You are not the guy. You're not capable of being the guy. I had a guy, but now I don't. You are not the guy. Anyway.
You stupid bitch! You had a hotel. You had friends.
You had
it all running just fine.
There.
You could have shut your mouth, ignored Vox, and had the hotel running flawlessly. It was perfect. But no, you just had to—
Yes, chat is saying she stepped down as manager. She apologized to Vaggie. She did try to apologize to Lucifer, but as far as she knew, he wasn't answering the phone. So yeah, that's accountability.
Blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be a cunt. If you'd done your job, known your place, you would all be fine right now.
I mean, the hotel is thriving at the end of season 2. You remember how the hotel was thriving at the end of season 2? And there's more people there than ever? And people are actually believing in redemption? So they are all fine, actually. They're better than ever, in fact, at the end of season 2.
I guess it's time to wrap everything up. So now we've made it to the end of the video, and boy was that a lot. I usually don't get this negative in any of my videos, and I can perfectly understand if anyone decided to either click off—
Did you just happen to in this one because it's Vivienne Medrano and you have to go along with the internet's misogyny, is that why?
Skip to the end. I like to be more positive in my videos, and that also applies to the Hellaverse. I'm willing to die on many hills to defend numerous aspects of these shows, and I'll admit that sometimes criticism of a piece of media you love can be hard to swallow. However, it is important to point out the flaws in the media you consume, as a lot of the time, if not addressed—
I do that very casually and easily, but you people kind of just make up flaws to find things to complain about because you just really want Vivienne Medrano to fail. Because a woman carving her own path into the industry, completely indie, and making 2 successful shows pisses you off for some reason. Maybe you should look inside about why that is.
The issues can become a detriment to the overall viewing experience, which, unfortunately, is what happened here. At the end of the day, Charlie, in my opinion, is one of the most poorly written characters in the entire show, and in many ways emblematic of the show's biggest problems. Lack of character growth beyond small scenes, questionable writing decisions that only serve to further along the plot, lack of sincerity during important scenes and undercutting them through shitty jokes,
highlight
lack of
anything you
focus
think
or
is
sticking
that.
to pre-established material, and the list goes on. Again, I really like this show. The animation and songs have improved in spite of already being major highlights, and the premise and characters are still really interesting, but I hate that the show keeps going on the wrong path and makes such questionable decisions. If you like Charlie, good for you. I still stand—
Like, such as what?
And by what I said at the end of my Stole It video, that being that I'm open to any disagreements or criticism coming towards me. Feel free to share your thoughts down
No, okay, then you can't complain about this react then, I'm imagining.
below. I'm interested in seeing what you think, and who knows, maybe the show will improve upon Charlie's problems in season 3. But I, for one, am starting to doubt it. And that's just sad.
So her flaws are written completely deliberately, but you just don't think so, and looking for reasons to complain. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it! That's all I can stomach today. I'm so hungry right now. I could eat this disgusting pizza that Amethyst ordered. Let's have the last supers.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. VTB Celtic Phoenix and crew is going to talk about movie bot problem with video essay video at 5.
Actually, I am redirecting you guys to Celtic Phoenix, so after the stream, you will be automatically redirected. I think they've started already. I think they started at 6. So because I was going long today, I was like, oh, I can raid Celtic Phoenix. Awesome.
At Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Me and my friends got our only cishet Catholic male friend to watch Hazbin Hotel and he actually really likes it.
Awesome.
At It's West 777 sent a super chat. I'll never understand why people are upset that Charlie, someone who is an extreme pacifist and doesn't fight often, lost to a war general like Hatedom.
I know, she's like apologizing for using her shield even.
The main character is a plot device?
These people just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that's the problem.
At Dutch Tunikit Official sent a super chat. He sounds mad there's conflict.
I know, a lot of them do. It's so weird. It's like, why do you want everything to just be puppies and rainbows?
Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Gotta love the man calling the main female character a bitch and cunt over and over. Totally not misogynistic.
Yeah, totally not your problem with her, yeah. Totally not that it's a female main character isn't totally your problem, right? What's in the Discord? What have you sent me? Oh no. I guess we have a palate cleanser. I said
777 sent a super chat. Guy calling Charlie a bitch and the C word. Hashtag not very woke of him. Insert Homelander finger wag meme.
So apparently during the stream, Bylonic has drawn us Vegeta in Angel Dust's outfit, going "Ara Ara Kakarot." So, what a great way to end stream today. Perfect, beautiful. Thank you, Bylonic. The paths we travel on these streams, huh? You know, we never know where we're gonna end up, guys. It's beautiful. Oh dear God. Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap up now. Thank you guys for joining me today. I got some work done at least. Let's see. Friday, I'm gonna have you guys vote on things to react to. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing more Disco Elysium, if you want to come join me for that. We're having a great time with that game. Just had the main character internalize gay thoughts, and then I had 3 major breakthroughs on the case. Really makes you think. I don't know if we'll do a react next Wednesday or not. Sometimes it's just an art stream, but I know you guys were begging. You were begging for another Hazbin Hotel Hatedom stream, and oh god, my brain is melting. So I'm gonna go make dinner. Thank you everyone for your super chats, thank you for joining me, and I hope to catch you next time. See you later. And also don't forget, you're going to Celtic Phoenix.